and over again. But yeah, dial 888-808-1019. It's therapy. It is part of it as fans watching this team fold over and over again. So let's go back. This team lost the World Series, but we were so excited that they got to the World Series, right? They ended one drought. They ended the drought of winning the American League and getting back to the World Series. And it at least felt like, okay, progress. Okay, they're still the Yankees. And you could kind of hang your hat on that for a little while, even though the Dodgers mocked them, even though the whole internet ran with the Judge dropping the pop up. And I don't know how many times they played that fifth inning and how many gifs and memes have been sent to every Yankee fan reminding them about the brand of baseball that the New York Yankees play. So then this offseason comes, and after dealing with the loss in the World Series, there's supposed to be this plan to tighten up the defense, prioritize pitching, and make some moves that will put the Yankees in a place where they're more buttoned up, they're more crisp, clean, and we don't have to deal with those type of things again because it's a pain point for the fan base. It's a literal pain point in these regular season games to see them just make stupid mistakes, low IQ baseball, give away outs, give away runs. And right now, this Yankees team, who started the year off hot, had us all feeling warm and fuzzy inside about the prospect of going back to the World Series and winning it, which is still on the table, obviously. But man, to see them go through June and what people called the Boone June swoon and pointed back to all of these years where the team does get out of the gate, but then they stumble in June, it's like, wow, they're still the same. Different faces, Max Fried, Devin Williams, Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Bellinger, Ben Rice, Jason Dominguez, Trent Grisham, some different guys, but still the same mentality and the same theme. Last night I talked about the mentality, right? You're losing your mind, pulling your hair out, watching them throw the ball around the infield. And then after the game, when asked about it, no, that was the right play. Got to be aggressive. We made the right play. Don't pee on my head and tell me it's raining. I already walked here in the rain from the train, had to dry off for the last half hour. It's just like you watch the Yankees do the same things, play stupid games, and win stupid prizes. Now you can't win this series against the Toronto Blue Jays. You can only hope to split, and your best shot at winning was today with Max Fried, the stopper on the mound. And you let him down. You're one game up on Tampa and Toronto. And you know what? As a Yankee fan, I don't respect either one. I make jokes about Tampa Airbnb and George M. Steinbrenner Field, about Toronto and how fraudulent they are and how they always think that they're on the same playing field as the Yankees, and they're not. I had a caller call me a week ago and say, Keith, the Blue Jays are better than the Yankees. And I said, no, they're not. Big Mac always calls them frauds. I say they're fraudulente as well. I'll believe it when I see it. They're all talk. Vladdy breaking his bat over his leg. In interviews, always bringing up the Yankees. And on Canada Day, Boxing Day, they got packed up. Yep, you go up to Canada and they're going to delay the game 30 minutes. You know why? Because you Yankees are across the border now. You don't run things up here. We, the North, you'll wait for us to open our roof and throw out first pitch and have our Canadian festivities. Enjoy some Drake and Justin Bieber in the weekend while you wait. And you know what? They delayed the game, but they also delayed the ass whooping until you left the door open, right? The game was going good at first. Very early on, Kevin Gausman is trash against the Yankees. How many times have we seen him give it up? And they end up giving him life, after that first inning. Shout out to Jason Dominguez getting the opportunity to play. Trent Grisham, he's hurt, but I don't know if he's going to hit the IL. He worked out today. He's feeling a little bit better. So as we're expecting more adversity to hit with Wells being down, Grisham being down, Fernando Cruz being down, at least Grisham will potentially be available through this stretch, which is not going to get easier. It's July now. It's July 1st. Happy birthday, WFAN, 38 years old. But the June swoon continues. 888-808-1019. You know, we're all waiting for them to get serious. We're all waiting for them to stop cutting corners with the roster, stop playing guys that we know shouldn't be playing, bringing guys out of the bullpen to build them up, confidence spots with games on the line. Going back to last year as well, maybe if you won some of those games in June, you could have had home field advantage. There's a stat about the Boone era in the postseason. The Yankees don't win when they don't have home field advantage. When they have home field advantage, they can win the series. When they don't, they're going to lose. And you know what? They have lost so much through this stretch. My hopes are completely shot. Hope week is over. Hope. I don't have any hope for these guys. I'm a fan, so yes, I'm going to ride till the wheels fall off, and I think they'll make the postseason. But these same little issues, if they don't correct them, if they don't fix them, they're going to pop up in October, and they're going to hurt even more, because that's when it's finite. That's when it's the end. That's where it can cost you a game or your season, or game 5 where you're up 5-0 thinking you're going back to Cali to extend the World Series. Instead, you end up with the Dodgers partying all over your field and then telling the world that, oh yeah, the scouting report told us just put the ball in play. And still the scouting report says the same thing. The Yankees are operating with a third baseman who hasn't played the position for a year. He's a second baseman. He came into this year playing second base. You didn't even have him work at third base in the spring. You're making it up as you go along. You've got DJ LeMahieu who can't move. He's a tin man. This guy cannot move. He can't throw either. But because he's making $15 million a year, because the back of the baseball card and whatever numbers or analytics that you have say that he's going to come through. Yeah, he did today. He had a couple knocks today, but the night before he was 0 for with 2 strikeouts. So just to make sure DJ LeMahieu can be the 9-hitter in the lineup, you're going to put him at second base when Jazz is the better second baseman. They got to make a trade. As we get closer to the All-Star break, they're going to limp into the All-Star break. As we're neck and neck right now with the Toronto Blue Jays and the Tampa Bay Rays, they got to see them. They've got another series right after the All-Star break with Toronto. They got to go right back to Toronto. And then at the end of this month, they got 4 against Tampa, and Tampa's riding high. They're having conversations about hosting the ALCS and the World Series somewhere else outside of George M. Steinbrenner Field. They don't have a home. But they feel like they can beat the Yankees. They feel like the Yankees aren't a threat. And they're not. Because, you know, with DJ LeMahieu at second base and batting 9th, he's cooked, man. He should be a bench bat, if you really want to keep him around. Do better. Upgrade. Volpe should be batting 9th. I don't know how many times with 2 outs, the baseball gods thrust this young man into that position to potentially be clutch, and he can't do it. It could be a blessing. You keep getting opportunity, and after, you know, I don't know. He's always up with runners on and 2 outs. It's consistent through this whole stretch. It falls on Volpe. And he's in a bad one right now. He is in a bad one right now, offensively and defensively. Chris Kirshner writes, after the pop out to end the game, which it fell on Volpe again, Volpe is in a 6 for 53 slide for the season. But they're going to defend their guys. They're never going to give you anything in the media. Boone's going to get in front of cameras like I saw today and say Volpe is a plus defender. Everyone's going to keep going back to his rookie year getting the Gold Glove. I don't know who else was in the running for that, but enough about that Gold Glove. He's leading the American League with 11 errors. And last night was disheartening because when he spoke to the media and they kept asking him about the throws that he made, he felt like he was in the right. And that's what I'm saying with the mentality. These guys get encouraged. They get empowered. These are the participation trophy Yankees. They haven't won a damn thing. But they waltz into the Rogers Center. They waltz into Great American Ballpark. They waltz into Fenway Park thinking that teams are going to lay down. And it's just the opposite. Nobody fears them. And they don't fear the manager. They don't fear the general manager. They're all safe. They're all good. And now, you know, when you talk about the infield defense with Jazz out of position, Volpe just having either the yips or low IQ baseball or like even carrying that to the plate. Like second base, DJ shouldn't be there. And then first base, now we have a situation where Paul Goldschmidt has come back down to earth. And thank God for Paul Goldschmidt being a pro there, being able to scoop. Imagine if we had Rizzo there still. Ben Rice is a young guy. How come Ben Rice couldn't catch? That's another problem. JC Escara. The feel-good stories have faded. Nobody cares about the substitute teacher Uber driver story anymore. He's a whipping boy now. Along with Anthony Volpe, whipping boys. Those two are getting the brunt of it. Nobody cares that Volpe is one of us, local kid, grew up rooting for the Yankees. They don't care because it's not good enough. And when you're losing, people start pointing the finger. 888-808-1019. I don't know what to tell y'all, man. It sucks. You keep hoping for them to, get out of it. And in a game like today, they had the chance. Jazz got to make that play. But Jazz is so athletic with such a strong arm. The way he plays third base, he's overconfident, overzealous, thinks he can do everything, thinks he's superhuman. And then it's that throw is off the bag. You got to get out of the inning. You got to get out of the inning and bail Fried out in that situation. And then later in the game, what is the fascination with Mark Leiter Jr.? Is it the last name, the lineage? What is this with this? He gets used so much with the game on the line in certain situations. I'm is this a build-up situation? Are you trying to build his confidence here? And Escara with the catcher's interference once Weaver comes into the game, which I was ready to give Boone credit. I was going to come on and say, hey, Boone, stop the bleeding. After the walk, he pulled Leiter. Right? You can't walk their catcher, the eighth hitter. You got to come out, buddy. Katie Sharp writes, Mark Leiter Jr. now has a 1.59 whip this season, which ranks 150th out of 157 American League pitchers with at least 30 innings pitched. What are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, I saw the new guy that came in for Cruz. What's his name? Jeff Hartlieb. I saw him warming up, and we didn't even have to talk about what he did because the game was over. So 888-808-1019. They just, that just blew up in their face. JC Escar back-to-back nights with a catcher's interference because Wells has a circulatory issue. His fingers are turning purple or something. Ben Rice can't catch every game now, even though he had a good weekend behind the dish. JC Escara, shout out to John from Masbeth. I took this from his Twitter. JC Escara has caught 173 innings this year, and he leads baseball in catcher's interference. How? You don't even play enough to lead in that stat. So this is a bad stretch of the Yankees not playing well and just really frustrating things that make you scratch your head about the mentality, the execution, the level of focus that this team has. They need a shakeup. They need something to shake the room. They need to make some trades. But they're not going to make any trades till the buzzer sounds on July 31st. So we just got to go through it. Enjoy it, folks. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the break. And Rich Ackerman with the update. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'm on until midnight. I'll take your calls on the Yankees for at least the next hour, but then we got to get off it, man. It sucks. It's hard to even make good content about this team. We can't even clip up anything because it's just the same old thing through this whole last month, and now it's July. And, they just gave the Toronto Blue Jays a big bump on Boxing Day, Canada Day, and now they can't even win the series. So it's another series that you can't win. All right, here comes Ack. Hit it, Zoo.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Good evening at 8 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. The Blue Jays feasted on the Yankee bullpen on Canada Day. The Yanks dropped their second straight, falling 12-5. George Springer did most of the damage with 2 homers and 7 RBI. His grand slam off Luke Weaver in the 7th broke it open, and it came after the Yankees had tied the game at the top of the inning, but the bullpen had another rough day, and Aaron Boone said it's been a climb with a relief score lately.
Obviously, a tough stretch here. Some of the guys that leaned on heavily. It's on me I got to do a better job getting those guys in positions where they can be successful and making the right decisions for them to make sure they're in the best spot possible. But obviously, been a little bit of a tough stretch for us.
The Jays are now within a game with the Yankees in the AL East. The Mets and Brewers rained out. They will play a split doubleheader tomorrow. Today, the start of free agency in the NHL. The Rangers had a busy day. First, signing defenseman Vladislav Gavrikov to a 7-year deal worth $49 million. His arrival comes at the expense of Keandre Miller, who is headed to the Carolina Panthers and signing an 8-year, $60 million deal. In return, the Rangers get a coup. The better the Stars or Hurricanes first-round pick next year, which is top 10 protected, a future second-rounder, and defenseman Scott Morrow. They also reportedly re-signed Will Cooley to a 2-year just under $4 million per. The Islanders have signed forward Jonathan Drouin to a 2-year deal worth $8 million. The Devils re-signed goalie Jake Allen. Rough day for the American women at Wimbledon. French Open champ Coco Gauff lost in straight sets to Diana Yastremska. Jessica Pegula, the third seed, also lost. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Ackerman. WFAN into your contest to talk New York sports with us at 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Stream the NFL on CBS live on Paramount Plus.
Man. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's try to have some fun. It is what it is. I mean, did I mention the Yankees? I didn't even mention it's just such a consistent theme. I didn't even mention you down with LOB? Yeah, you know me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you look at the box scores through this whole stretch and you go down and you see Team RISP, the team with runners in scoring position today, the Yankees were a whopping 2 for 17. And they left 11 men on base. It's just part of their DNA. It's part of what they do. Super frustrating. Then you got John Schneider, walking Judge. Shout out to Judge, though. Got on base 5 times. And you know what? The Caser said, I guess pregame, like Judge unlocked something in batting practice. And when he said that, I was like, I wouldn't say that. Because they could just walk this guy or Judge could swing out of his shoes. But, I mean, they know their stuff. Or Boone supposedly told Michael Kay that, like, Judge clicked in batting practice. In BP, he unlocked something. And he had the double, he had the single, but all in all, he got walked 3 times. They can take Judge out of the game. They can take Judge right out of the game, and then it's on everybody else to get it done. Shout out again to Jason Dominguez. Early in that game, coming through, he's getting an opportunity, but Volpe 0 for 5. JC Escara 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts. And then you got DJ there. That's why I'm like, flip him. Put Volpe at 9, put DJ at 7 then. Got to figure something out. Something's got to give. Something's got to change. I don't know. You tell me. 888-808-1019. Let's start taking calls now. Up in the Bronx, Tony, first up on the fan. What's up, man?
What up, Cam? How's it going, bro?
It's been pretty trash.
Yeah, man. Are you kidding me, man? It's like, no doubt. Hey, first of all, let me tell you, man, I don't even know how to even approach this, though, but, my thing with Booney is that no one's held accountable, right? And so Volpe just keeps going on and on and on and on. And Keith, I don't understand that, Kate. I mean, the thing is with me, man, you would think that you would settle this kid down, 2-3 years in the league, in the majors, and be like, get in there and do this and change it up and everything. I see no adjustments. I see nothing. I don't see anything, bro.
Yeah, because Boone is going to tell you that he's an impact player. That he's
everything is beautiful.
Yeah,
everything is beautiful. It's perfect.
He's driven in some runs. He's got some home runs, some doubles. He's a productive player.
Oh, he collects butterflies. It's like he's the best thing that ever happened to us.
Thanks for the call, Tony. Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in for Aaron Boone because his number one job is to protect his players. His number one job is to give the media and the fans nothing. But that's when my old phrase comes in. Don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining. We've been watching this for a while now. They did the same thing with IKF, though. Remember they had some type of, secret metrics that said IKF was a good shortstop, and we're like, he boots a ball every series, every other game. What? He can't hit. Volpe's in a bad stretch at the plate, and I think it's compounded. I think the offense and the defense, he's struggling with those things together. There's no way he doesn't feel this, hear all of this. Boone can't shield him from that. Like they live in an alternate reality. They live in a world that we don't live in. I mean, it's also on Cashman. It goes to roster construction. Some of you guys want Volpe to sit to play Peraza? No. Volpe's a shortstop. That's how it's set up. There is no sitting him in favor of Oswald Peraza. Peraza can't hit. And it's crazy because as we keep going back, right, you go back mentioning IKF in 2022, IKF had to sit down in the ALCS. They called Peraza up because that is when they finally said, you got us, guys. You know, all season you told us this guy sucks. And we told you that he's productive and that, you know, there's some metrics that say he's got range and makes some good defensive plays. But here we are about to get swept by the Astros, a team our fan base hates. George Springer, you. And that's when they decide to go to Peraza and throw a whole rookie in there. And he ain't been anything since. That's what they do, man. It's Yankee arrogance, playing guys out of position. Oh, Rougned Odor can play third base. Jazz can definitely do it. Just like, why can't we just get guys that play certain positions, put them in the position so that they could succeed? And like, I don't know. I guess they have some type of data and analytics that say, just keep going through it, keep going through it. And you heard Boone talk. Boone said, he's like, I was born into 162. Darkness. He was born in 162 and knowing, how long the season is and that you're going to go through some adversity. But it's like, come on, you can go through some adversity. You also can create some. You also can make it harder for yourself. Brandon is in Glen Cove on the Fan next. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, Keith. Hey, thanks for taking the call. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
It's pouring here in New York, and that's kind of how the Yankees have been playing, for the whole month of June. It just seems to continue. It's just really, really upsetting and frustrating as a fan to watch. I don't have a problem with Jazz playing third.
Because there's really no option there either.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Jazz playing third. I think if you have DJ over there at third, he's going to get injured again. But I'm just holding my breath here. Judge made a running catch today. He didn't make a catch. He dove into the netting, and I was just kind of holding my breath, and it just kind of brought me back to when he got injured and ran into that wall and hurt his foot. The Yankees are just one injury away, Keith, from just a complete disaster. And I just keep holding my breath, and we keep saying, hey, they're going to turn it around. They're going to turn it around. When are they going to turn it around?
Right. Nothing changes until they change it. Thanks for the call, Brandon. Don't even speak on Judge. I'm not even echoing what you just said, because then it's really a wrap. You lived through the 2023 season. Nothing changes until they change it. And I think that they look at the season as a whole. They're never going to panic. They're not going to give you a single inkling of like, this isn't good. We're sinking. Because they know they have the All-Star break coming up in 11 days, 12 days, and then they know they have the deadline coming up in 30 days. So all of this is subject to change, but they're going to keep running the same guys out there, hoping that they do make better plays, do make better decisions at the plate, have a better approach, have better at-bats. But then that leaves us looking at the hitting coaches, that leaves us looking at the manager, that leaves us looking at Brian Cashman and questioning the whole operation. In Woodland Park, Billy, you're on the Fan. What you got?
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
I'm all right.
I just want to say happy birthday to the Fan. And first, I want to say that the 2 for 17 slide today, awful. Runners in scoring position, it's just no good. 11 runners left on base. I mean, we're
on brand.
The Yankees.
That's what they've been doing this whole stretch. Now. Yeah, that's what they've been doing this whole stretch. And can I stop you for a second, Billy? The Toronto Blue Jays put the ball in play. They don't strike out. They got a bunch of little fast, quick guys that will hit grounders on that turf. The ball will skip, and they're running through like they're running through a race, arms out, safe. Like that's how they play. And the Yankees can't even imitate that. They have guys with speed. Dominguez, Volpe.
I think it's a mentality problem. I think it's an attitude problem. I think we think that we're really better than we really are.
That's what I've been saying. They live off the backs of Yankees past. It clicked for me at Fanatics Fest. When I'm standing in Fanatics Fest, I see Jeter on stage, Posada. These guys are grizzled, gray hair,
And,
gray
yep,
beards,
this
talking
is-
about
this
the
is what
old
we're living
days,
through
and I'm
right
like,
now, yep.
I'm like, I got old so fast. It's over. It's a wrap.
And Keith, I'm 20 years old. I missed all that. I was
sorry.
5 years old when
I'm
the Yankees won their championship. So, I mean, this is what I've seen. This is what I've seen. I've seen 2017 last year. And it's just like we try to make up for these expectations that we just don't have. Something's got to change. Something has to change.
Thanks for the call, Billy. Something has to change, but nothing changes until they change it. They're not changing the general manager, Brian Cashman. Shout out to Cash, our eternal GM. They're not changing the manager. He just got an extension through the next 2 seasons after this, right? Aaron Boone, I've called Boone cool dad. He is cool dad. They like him. They love him. Like, they even go to the extent of saying, like, yeah, my manager's got my back. We know. We know. But we need your manager to manage. We need your manager to tighten some of y'all up. We need your manager to, like, take a page out of the old school book, which I know he knows. He's a baseball lifer. Like, I've got a ton of respect for Aaron Boone's life and career. And I feel like he's kind of in a position where, like I said, the number one thing is protect the players. Protect these players. Don't say anything in the media that can make these guys go into the tank. I mean, it couldn't hurt. I don't know. Maybe try something different. Switch it up. Maybe you do throw somebody under the bus. Throw JC Escara under the bus. Like, what do we lose with losing JC Escara? That whole story is worn off. Good guy, great story and all that. But man, why are you so close to the batters? Why are you so eager? And like, they showed Boone talking to you. They showed Boone coaching you up, being a manager in the dugout last night. You didn't learn anything. So what does that tell me? It went in one ear and out the other. Are they not hearing Cool Dad? Cool Dad's words aren't registering? That's not good. That's not good. In Sturbridge, Massachusetts, Mickey is next up. What's up, Mickey?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. You know, I've been following the Yankees since 1960. I watch almost every game except when I'm working. I can't. But I just can't take Boone with the way he handles pitches in late inning tough situations. He goes by the book all the time. You bring in Leiter, who got whacked around with some hard ground balls last night through 20-something pitches. You got Weaver and Williams, who didn't pitch yesterday. You're in the 7th inning. Now, look, I know Weaver gave up the granny, but put that aside. You bring him in to start a fresh inning. But they never do that. Their philosophy is, I don't know if it's the analytics or Boone or both of them, to save these guys for the 8th and 9th inning. You don't do that. You bring Weaver in right away in a fresh start in the 7th. Don't put him in a pressure spot. You brought him in anyway. You know, and he does this all the time, his whole time with the Yankees. It's pathetic. He doesn't know how to handle late game pitching situations. Time and time again. You know, if you had all the information in the last several years, you'd see he does this all the time. You bring in your best 2 pitches in those spots. They didn't pitch yesterday.
Yeah, but like you said, Mickey, it's scripted, right? So the script is, okay, we're going to throw Devin Williams in the 9th. We're going to throw Luke Weaver in the 8th. But when, you know, they go to Mark Leiter Jr., like they're also thin. They don't have Fernando Cruz. And they always flash that bullpen budget, which basically tells you, like, they had Jeff Hartlieb warming up. And I'm like, they're going to go Jeff Hartlieb right now? This is make his debut in this game right now when, like, the game is on the line? It's a tie game?
Understood, that's in. I get that. But you don't bring in this guy who got whacked around last night when you got your best 2 guys fresh in
But they have some type of logic that, hey, this is going to be a confidence boost. I've seen it. You've seen it too. I remember they did this with Zach Britton. Zach Britton even himself said he didn't feel confident, didn't want to be out there. They kept rolling him out there. Andrew Heaney, they kept rolling him out there. They love Severino. They kept rolling him out there. They keep thinking that the computer is going to be right, that the math is going to math, and it never maths. They don't believe in a heartbeat, in a human element, that this guy has been trash as of late. He doesn't have it. He's one of the worst in the league. I just read Katie Sharp's stat that he ranks 150 out of 157. Why do you keep forcing the issue?
And he pitched last night. He must have thrown 20 pitches. I don't have the whole...
They did the same thing against the Reds. And I said, please, somebody explain it to me like I'm 5. How come Devin Williams can throw 9 pitches and then not come out? And some guys can throw just a handful of pitches the night before and then they're off limits. But Mark Leiter Jr. can get overused. Fernando Cruz got overused. That's why he's getting hurt warming up with a medicine ball. He's 35. He tweaked something warming up with a medicine ball because he's overworked.
And it's hard to keep watching this because that, like you say, that's their philosophy. He's not going to bring in those 2 guys until the 8th and 9th inning when it's too late. And it'll never change. Good managers, a guy like Tito would have brought in his best pitcher right there in the 7th with a tie game. You're 2 games ahead of 1 game, 2 games out of first place. You bring in your best pitcher, and he was fresh. They were both fresh. It's unbelievable. I don't know.
I don't know either, Mickey. I don't have the answers. I don't know. Just as I think I every year learn more about baseball and the Yankees and pitching and hitting and how things are done. I don't know a damn thing. I'm sitting on my couch in shock. Well, why? What? I don't know. But they're smarter than us. They know better than us. I just think too much of it is predetermined. I think too much of it is scripted. And they're short in the bullpen. And Loizaga threw yesterday. Tim Hill threw yesterday. And Leiter threw. He only got 1 out. He threw 19 pitches. So in their mind, they're like, yeah, he's ready to go. Let's see if we can build him up today. I was glad they had a quick hook on him. But, he's not good. He hasn't been good for a long time. Why do you keep forcing it? And, why is there no urgency? This is the game to even up the series. This is a game that you had a lead in. This is a game where you actually got some luck and fought back in. I don't know, man. I don't know. We care a lot more than they care, it seems. Robbie's in Brooklyn on the Fan next. Hello, Robbie.
Hi, Keith. How are you?
Dressed. I'm all right.
I haven't spoken to you in a while.
Where you been?
Well, I retired from work.
Congrats.
66 now.
The Yankees about to make me retire from work.
I'm just living the dream, man.
Awesome. What you got?
So, I'm a Yankee fan a long time. I was a Yankee fan in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. And I've seen the good teams and the bad teams. And you're kind of selling them short. They're a good team. Now, you know as well as I do, they're better than the Toronto Blue Jays. They're a better team.
Yeah, the Blue Jays, I think, have won more games than them so far this year.
Blue Jays
or more games against them.
Some great games today. You know what I mean? Just look at it this way. Yeah, the Yankees had 17 guys on base, and only 2 runs scored out of those 17 guys on base. But the Blue Jays pitchers got them out of jams time after time after time. So give some credit to the Blue Jays playing a well-played game. No,
I don't know. I can't give them any credit. They helped them out. They kept Gossman in it. In the Gossman's third time around, they didn't have a good approach. They didn't have good enough at bats. They bailed him out. Gossman has been terrible against the Yankees. And the ump was helping us out. Gossman was barking at the ump in the beginning of the game. Thanks for the call, Robbie. Enjoy your retirement. Gossman was mad. They had to come out and talk to him because he wasn't getting some strike calls. He felt like there were some borderline calls not going his way. I don't know. That's why it's so easy for them to just intentionally walk Judge and face the rest of this Yankees lineup because they know these guys aren't going to do anything. They're not going to come up clutch. They're not going to get it done. 888-808-1019. I'm not selling the Yankees short. They got to show me. You know what I'm saying? You guys are still, I've been a Yankee fan since the 70s. That was great. They won World Series in the 70s. I've been a fan since I saw them but this is different. This is different. We can't keep lumping them in. That's the whole thing I've been saying. These guys get a pass because of the history. There is no one on this Yankees team with a World Series. I mean, Max Fried. You know what I'm saying? We give them a pass and we want to, this too shall pass, but you know what? It'll pass and they'll come out of it. And then the same things rear their ugly head in October. And then you're sad. And then you're mad. And you're depressed. And you wasted money going to a game. And it's one of the worst games you've ever seen. And then the drought continues. And then we question everything. And then you look at the contracts and who's coming back, and you want this guy gone and this guy's still here, and you want them to sign this guy and then they don't. You want them to trade these prospects and they don't, and then the prospects don't pan out. And then you're watching all these other teams in Major League Baseball because there's parity in the league, right? You watch all these other teams in Major League Baseball. Some consistently get there in October, but you're able to see like the Texas Rangers get it done, give their fan base a championship. The Yankees are good enough, have enough talent, but they get in their own way with some of their own decisions, whether it's scheduled rest, whether it's not knowing how to do little things like lay a bunt down or when not to bunt, sack fly, situational hitting, low IQ baseball, throwing the ball around, not making plays they're given to you. They're given to you. So, this is the New York Yankees. This is supposed to be the mecca of baseball, right? Max Fried chose to sign with the Yankees. Why is there so many little cracks in the armor? Why is there so many little things that we see in these losses? We're like, that's got to get cleaned up. That's got to be better. They say the fish stinks from the head down. 888-808-1019. 23 minutes into this show. I don't know. I'll take the rest of these Yankee calls. I mean, the Mets have been spared by Mother Nature. What a great break. You get off yesterday with the mental health day. You have the mental health day off. And then today you get off to observe Bobby Bonilla Day. So, maybe we'll start talking about the Mets. And then we'll get into the winter Mets, the New York Knicks, and talk about Mike Brown and some of the moves they've made. Because tomorrow's another day. The Yankees will play again. And all we can hope for is that they snap out of it and they play a clean game and can even up the series. But, man, it is piling up. There are a lot of issues piling up. Call me and tell me. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
This is Aaron Boone. Happy birthday, WFAN. Congrats on 38 years of being the voice of New York sports for New York fans.
The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. And now we're standing with you with Employee Pricing Plus. Hurry into your Jeep brand dealer for details today and join the family.
All right, chat. I got to lock in on what y'all talking about, man. Let me cut this down for a second and keep my earpiece in so I know when we're coming back. Okay. I'm going to go back to the top and see if we can run through. Yo. Blame Canada. Yankees are unserious. Yeah, they are. But they think they can get by. He's not your buddy, guy. I'm not your friend, buddy. Yeah, we got to be able to laugh it off for sure. Hi, Shayna. Sucks to lose. Sucks to suck. What's up, bro? No words. The definition of insanity is Aaron Baboon. Let's keep going to Mark Leiter Jr. He blows the game. Yeah, he doesn't have it, but I don't know. They have some type of book or something that tells him that he's going to have it. Got to learn how to lose. They've been losing for years. They haven't won a World Series in going on 16 years. They know. Nope. Because they're told that they're great. They're told that they're good. They're told that this will pass. This is just baseball. Don't even worry about it. Day in and day out, same thing. Yo, salute Joey BK. Jays will choke in the postseason if they make it. Yeah, we're a long ways from there. You were happy to win 2 out of 3 to the A's. Now you're finding out. I wasn't on, so I don't know what you're talking about. I was off all weekend. But I know you guys love to say what I think and who I am, especially if your picture is of Juan Soto. You know, those bozos that exist. Like your name is Soto with a bunch of O's, and you're telling me I was happy to win 2 out of 3? No. You know what I said? Because I was at the game Sunday. I said it's the A's. It's the A's. Happy birthday, WFAN. WFAN 50 or Yanks World Series? Ooh, Yanks World Series. What do coaches and managers of baseball teams actually do? Some of them can affect the game, man. They make in-game decisions that are supposed to affect the game, yo. Team is terrible, Jared. I'm sorry, bro. Adam, good evening. Yeah, we're going to get off of it. It sucks. They're definitely not doing that. He's cheap. He doesn't cost anything. McMonagle with Plan B sucks. It was starting to look good. Now it sucks again. Yeah, he's always up with 2 outs. I'm like, it always falls on him. It's crazy. There are no consequences. You'll be in the lineup the next day. They know that. They know that. There is no benching either. Right. Right. It would have been Wander Franco that year, right? I got to star that. Let me see. Would Wander Franco have won the Gold Glove in 2020? Was it 2021? 2023, I think. In 2023, the American League Gold Glove Award for shortstop was won by Anthony Volpe. While Wander Franco had a strong defensive season and was recognized for his abilities, he did not win the Gold Glove. He ranked second among AL shortstops with 16 defensive runs saved behind Volpe's 15. Franco was also not named a finalist for the award. So I don't know about that. Let me see. And, like, I don't care about back then. We're talking about now. Yeah, I think I read that backwards, or AI tweaked and had that backwards, because 16 is more than 15. So if Wander Franco had 16 defensive runs saved and Volpe had 15, then advantage Franco. Anyway. All right, here we go. Coming back.
Yeah.
Right back at it on the Fan in New York. The New York Yankees lose to the Toronto Blue Jays, and they don't just lose. They lost 5-4 last night. It was a close game, and they get blown out 12-5 today, giving up a grand slam, and again, just throwing up all over themselves. End of that game, you're like, really? We're watching Jeff Hartlieb out here. We're watching JT Brubaker out here. They have injuries. They have issues with their healthy players, and I don't see anything changing until they change it. And I think a lot of that is due to them thinking, this is fine. We're good. This too shall pass. It's just baseball. And it's like, yeah, some of it is baseball, but some of it you can control. Control what you can control. I'll control these phones. Let's go back to them. Ted is in Edgewater on the Fan. Go for it, Ted.
Hey, how you doing, Keith? Firstly, I wanted to thank you very much the other day when you gave me a lot of time to, to air my, unfortunate grievances. Okay, I really appreciate it. I really honestly do.
Sure.
Now I wanted to make a couple of comments that are derivatives, and I think it's important. One is I do feel that although Stanton's attitude is great, I think that, this is a couple of comments, I think that he just can't catch up to the fastball, and that's the reason he got hurt to start with, because he's got to make adjustments in his swing. And I think that he has no impactful hits now, and it's just an obvious situation. And it leads to the fact that since this is run like a Little League thing, where everybody plays 2 innings, whatever it is, I mean, we don't have continuity, and we're forced to make these decisions. Putting people out there to get the out of position, but they're not delivering. Okay, not situationally. They can't play the positions. They're running into each other. That's also becoming a little bit of an obvious. The other thing is the situation. Not only do they not get hits in the situational game, they don't even get outs that are productive. Everybody else scores.
everybody. And we can't score a run. And I've called games laughingly in the third inning, second inning, and say, oh, they have a lead. That's it. The other team is going to win. And if it wasn't for the couple of errors that they made today in the field, we wouldn't have scored those 2 runs. We were given those runs. And I think that, that's going to spell big trouble come playoff time. And I don't know what they're going to do in the trade deadline. You mentioned it earlier about Mark Leiter. Mark is unfortunately not very good. I like his fight. I think he's got a cerebral mind. He comes from a family, but he just doesn't have any skills. He's given up 3 runs each outing in the third inning, last 2 or 3 innings, last 2 or 3 outings. So why is he thrown out there? We don't have any depth. Everybody's hurt, this and that. I think that we don't have anything that we want to give anybody. And I don't know what we're going to get back that's going to make a difference.
Thanks for the call, Ted. Yeah, I don't expect anything. My hopes are down. I don't expect them to get the third baseman that they need to move Jazz back to second base. I think that they're going to say, this is fine. We've got DJ there. They got to play better. I also don't expect anyone to be lining up to help the Yankees. The Yankees got to the World Series last year. I always say there are 29 teams and the New York Yankees. They are not trying to help the Yankees. There's always a Cashman tax. So don't get your hopes up. Do not get your hopes up. Last year we got Mark Leiter Jr. and Jazz Chisholm. And Jazz has been great as far as hitting. But I feel like it's every game or series, there are a couple moments where we're like reminded. Jazz is athletic. He can throw. He's a gamer. But he is playing out of position, and it costs you. Ball will find you time after time. And you know what? The Yankees, we're talking about them not being able to score runs, Ted. They still have the highest run differential in the league. They can score runs, but they don't score timely runs. They don't do it when you need them to be clutch and come back. Like today, they got lucky, right? It's not just the Yankees infield defense that can give teams mulligans and not field the ball. In that 7th inning, we had some luck. We had some luck today. The Blue Jays, it's that turf, man. That turf, the ball plays so fast off that turf. You've seen it. Volpe have some issues. Jazz have some issues. The ball's coming in hot. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a bad stretch, and it's continuing. And I don't know how they break out of it until they get some different players. And there are no different players. If anything, players are dropping. Players are getting hurt. And you're defaulting into like J.C. Escara has to play back-to-back nights. You're defaulting into like Volpe is struggling. There's nobody behind him to put in. Jazz has to play third. They did say today, like they asked Boone about playing DJ at third base, and they said they would talk through it. But yeah, you can talk through it. DJ could barely move at second base. So he's going to play the hot corner? Not in this series. Not with that turf in Toronto. You got to leave Jazz there. No, you got to actually find somebody to trade to a third baseman by trade. Somebody that's been playing third base for years. Jazz has not been at third base for a calendar year. When they got Jazz to move Glaber to third base and put Jazz at second. And Glaber refused. Jazz's first game when he got here last year, they put him in center field. I don't know, man. It goes back to roster construction and taking shortcuts and Band-Aids and thinking you could get by and having this arrogance that like, this will work for now. This is fine. Oh, Stanton's coming back. And we need Stanton to play because he's making so much money. But like Stan's supposed to be chasing 500 homers. I ain't seen a homer yet. And Stan does a lot of talking as like a leader, like a almost like a second in command to Judge. But it takes him a while. It's taken him a little bit. DJ is playing because of his relationships and the money that he gets paid. It's not because he's a plus player, a plus defender, a plus hitter. He's not what he used to be at all. We know that. And now Trent Grisham is down. Shout out to Dominguez. But, they went into the season expecting Trent Grisham to be the 4th outfielder. He just happened to pop. And I give Cashman credit for that. There are always these Cashman fines. Like DJ LeMahieu was a Cashman fine. They signed him for 2 years, $24 million, and not too many people wanted him. I remember the Yankee fan crying because the Yankee fan wanted Manny Machado, and they felt like once we signed DJ, we were out on Manny Machado. They were always out on Manny Machado because they went to get Stanton. They were never going to get Machado or Harper because they brought Stanton on, which was redundant. I just had this conversation last week. A muscle-bound, right fielder that hit home runs. You had Judge. But you thought you were getting crafty and taking on the Marlins contract where they were going to pay some of it, and you bring in Stanton and you want to make him a DH, and it's just like all of these things are compounded. They always come back around to bite you. Roster construction. Robbie, Lennox, what's up?
You're looking live at Hudson Street, the home of Keith McPherson. As a little kid, 22, just getting out of college, to a 60-year-old man, happy birthday, WFA. I've been calling for, 38 years, Keith. Where's it gone? And, it's amazing.
Awesome.
Benigno, when I said that the other day, I said, Joe, where the heck is it gone? Forgive me for giving a little bit melancholy. I didn't watch the game today. I got home from work about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I, you know what? I didn't even care about the game. I cared, but I didn't want to torture myself. Okay, Keith? So let's go over a couple of things. I think this is more than Boone. Mickey, great comments. I agree with everything Mickey said, so I'm not going to recapitulate this. And by the way, I want to apologize for yelling and ranting the other night. I thought I was on my own show. And by the way, sometime you and Ralph and I have to have you on when we get back on the air. So I just want to mention that. Anyway, so
you're good. Okay. You're not the first person to call here yelling and screaming and taking over the airwaves. It's fine.
I know that. I just want to watch my health now that I'm 60. Because when I was 22, it was okay, But I wanted to say to you, Mr. McPherson, Cosell was the first voice. I would do over 100 voices, but that was the first voice I ever did because I love Billy Crystal and God bless him. Anyway, so the philosophy of the organization starts with Cashman. This is Boone, but this is more about Cashman. You establish the fact we haven't. When's the last time the Yankees had a third baseman? Was it Craig Nettles when I was a kid? I can't remember, Keith. Can you remember?
It was, I don't know, Chase Headley.
Oh yeah, it was Chase Headley. That's right. And before that, it was Scott Boras. That's who the guy, Chase Headley. If you remember, I was thinking about Scott Brocious. Right, going for. Well, Boras is more popular than Brocious is now.
Way more popular.
Ferocious. Anyway, so here's the line, all right? Okay, the problem is the philosophy, and it starts with the ownership, okay? If this was George, Boone and Cashman, I swear to God, would be out of here a long time. They'd be doing a show in Australia, okay, Keith? So here's the problem, right? The problem is that you have a lot of guys in this lineup. The problem is you have one star. We had a star last year, and I can't believe I'm saying this because I can't stand Juan Soto right now. But if we had Juan Soto, we wouldn't be having these problems, okay? Because when Judge was in a slump, Soto or somebody else would have been picking it up. The Yankees do not have enough star power. I'm sorry. It's a star-driven league. Look at the Dodgers. Look at the teams that won the World Series. The Mets, if Stearns would only spend some money. This is the weirdest thing about the Mets, Keith, is the fact that he's got the richest owner in the world. They got I said to Benigno, do you remember George Carlin's bid about, he goes, never went to bed with a 10, but one time he went to bed with 5 2s. Okay, that's the philosophy, all right, of what the Mets are doing at this point, all right? Anyway, I don't want to take up much time because I know we got a lot of callers. The bottom line is Brian Cashman needs to go. He's the problem, okay? And it's Jason, would you trade it, okay? The Yankees are built to win now. And by the way, would you trade Jason Dominguez for an established star someplace? Would you do this now? Because I feel this team is built to win now, and I'll get to about Keith.
Thanks for the call, Robbie. No, I'm not trading Dominguez. He's young. He's under control. He's only going to get better. I like his plate discipline. I think he's gotten better at left field or good enough at left field. He is what we need. We need a young, switch-hitting, fast as anybody in the league type of guy. And the Juan Soto stuff, if the Yankees sign Juan Soto, we'd be in more trouble. We'd be in more trouble. Because you wouldn't have Max Fried to be the stopper after every loss. I mean, he wasn't today, but I kind of put that on the Yankees. We should have been out of that inning. If Jazz doesn't try and style and make that scoop and transfer all in one motion and make the throw, pull Goldie off the bag, we're out of the inning. Forget about Juan Soto. Juan Soto just had the best month of his career, and it was one of the worst months for the Mets. I don't know if ever, but definitely this year. It was a down month for the Mets, and Juan Soto balled out. And all we heard was, wait till Juan Soto turns it on. This team is so good without Juan Soto performing. When Juan Soto turns it on, he's going to carry the team. Carry them where? He hits solo shots. Carry them where? He doesn't know where to stand in right field. He doesn't know how to react and break on the ball in right field. He still hasn't figured that out for $50+ million a year. So for the Yankee fans that think Juan Soto would have changed this, Jazz was hitting a bunch of home runs. He was coming up with more clutch home runs this month than Juan Soto. Jazz is playing Robin to Judge's Batman.
to start the season. Goldie is getting all-star votes because of what he did to start the season. Ben Rice is getting all-star votes. Trent Grisham is playing every day because of what he did. Juan Soto's production was replaced. Belly. Juan Soto's production was replaced. The tandem of Soto and Judge, I don't think, changes this outcome. They're having trouble fielding the ball, throwing the ball. They're having trouble with the bullpen, taking starters out, and that has nothing to do with Juan Soto. Carlos is in Queens on the Fan. What's up, Los?
Hey, what's up, my man? Listen, I kind of told you this beforehand, I hate to tell you, There's a guy on third base, for the Cardinals. You guys could have had him, but you know what's the issue? Is that you guys want to be Family Dollar. We're going to want everything on a bargain now. There's not the Yankees. I know. You know what I'm saying? I told you this before.
He would have to trade. He wasn't a free agent. Nolan Arenado would have had to be a trade. It's not so much about money.
Listen.
Go on.
Yeah. So, with the Mets, I feel like, this Stearns, that's the route that he's going. And I'm not, he kind of wants to get the credit for, getting the right play at the right angle. Like, he just got to go, I should have just got that. But listen, his money, this guy got money. Let's spend money. Just like LeBron James coming to New York. Don't let's pay the $54 million. You guys got money. What's the issue? What are we talking about here?
Thanks for the call, Los. We're going to get to the Bron conversation. No, do not. Don't do it. I started talking about it last night because respect to GOAT James. I think LeBron is the GOAT and all that. But when I watched the Timberwolves get them up out of there, LeBron was making mistakes. LeBron was committing fouls, turnovers. LeBron was unraveling in the big moment where I'm like, Father Time is undefeated. We'll get there. We'll get there. In the next hour, I'm going to start with the Knicks, especially because I just saw Jalen Brunson tweet, and he quote tweeted something that I had in my notes. So, if he's quote tweeting it, and he's kind of saying what? So there's a New York basketball at NBA_New York tweet that says, the Stein line has learned that Rick Brunson, father of Knicks star Jalen Brunson, is expected to remain part of the Knicks coaching staff. Same is expected for some other key holdovers from the Thibodeau staff. Obviously, we're getting closer to people assuming that Mike Brown is going to take the job. Does he have a relationship with Rick Brunson? I'm sure they've been around each other. It's just likely in NBA circles. But out of nowhere, Jalen Brunson quote tweets this and says, what? With a question mark, exclamation point, in capital letters about an hour ago. So I don't know if he's trolling, if he's playing games. I don't know if he's saying like, what? Like my dad is going to stay on the staff? Like, yeah. Like, my dad is safe. I don't know what he's saying, but we'll get to that conversation. What can Brown do for you? I think it is crazy to fire Tom Thibodeau and hire Mike Brown. Back to the Yankee calls. John is in Mass. Beth on the Fan. What's up, John?
Chief. The same crap over and over again. Listen, if the Milwaukee Bucks can pay Damian Lillard $113 million to not play basketball for them for 2 years, then the New York Yankees can go out and pay Diesel LeMahieu, $15 million next year and whatever remaining left.
Make way more money. They're worth way more money than the Milwaukee Bucks.
Get this guy off our goddamn team and trade for somebody. And I don't care what it costs. Because every damn prospect we ever really touched turns to crap. If we rewind the clock back to 2022, we had 4 top 100 prospects that year. I just looked it up. Volpe was in the top 10, and we had Peraza and Dominguez.
Yep.
And Austin Wells was down there in 95 region, right? Now, imagine we just packaged all 4 of them up in the package for the number 1 prospect that year. Right? All Yankee fans would be like, well, pitchforks. No, that's too much. It's too much, right? Number 1 prospect that year was Bobby Witt Jr. Now, back then, yeah, everybody would have their pitchforks out. That's too much. Volpe and Dominguez and all of them. But you know what? If that was today, Volpe and Dominguez and Peraza and Wells for Bobby Witt, I'll do that 100 times over 100 times every damn day.
Hindsight is 2020. What we don't know.
Get rid of these damn prospects.
So who do you want to get rid of now? George Lombard Jr., Spencer Jones?
Listen, put Jazz back at second where he's good defensively. Get rid of Volpe because now he certified sucks. Even the Italian,
they're not going to get rid of Volpe.
Are starting to say he
He
sucks.
hits arbitration next year. This year, he will be the starting shortstop for the entire year, unless he
He's
gets
not
hurt.
going to be the shortstop next year. He's not.
Well,
He's
next
not.
year, then we have. I mean, if he has a terrible year this year, we have some real conversations and decisions to have.
There's about to be another fire cash for night soon, you know, and it's going to be much better organized this time of year. You know, the first one was out of nowhere.
The first one was too late. I knew it was too late.
It was too late.
They broke glass in case of emergency. That's when they released The Martian, and it's like, hey, this guy comes out hitting home runs. It's like, can't be mad at that.
You know what? I'm looking at the Yankee schedule right now.
Cashman is listening, and he's going to do some work, and he's going to find a way to add some relief pitching, to add another infielder, whether it's a second baseman or a third baseman. July 8th, the Mariners series.
We got a week, baby. Fire Cashman Night Part 2. All right.
Thanks for the call, John. John is the creator of the first Fire Cashman Night, and they tried to do it in late September, and I'm like, by then, everybody's over it. We knew we weren't making the postseason, and we were just enjoying the fact that Wells was up. I think Everson Pereira was up, and the Martian was up, and once the Martian took Justin Verlander deep, all was forgotten and forgiven. Everybody was fine with it. Everyone was like, oh, okay, Judge got hurt. Oh, okay, this is the worst Yankee season we've seen in a long time. It happens. 82-80, it is what it is. And then they came back and they traded for Juan Soto and got to the World Series the year after. What is in store for us this year? 888-808-1019. This is supposed to be an origin story of a team that gets to the World Series, gets embarrassed, and then blazes a trail back there and says, we're ready this year. Our defense is better this year. Wish we had Garrett Cole this year, but Luis Gil is supposed to come back. Rodon has been good. Clark Schmidt has been good. And Fried has been, all-star, Cy Young-like. They have enough. That is what is grinding my gears right now. They just need to make a couple tweaks. Jazz back to second, trade for an actual hot corner third baseman. It doesn't even have to be a heavy-hitting third baseman, somebody that can field the position, and maybe somebody that's a punch and Judy hitter. That's why people are calling for IKF. People are literally trying to get a second tour of IKF. That's where we've reached as Yankees fans in this season, coming off a World Series, a team that is still in first place with the highest run differential in baseball, that has Aaron Judge on it, has a couple other all-stars on it. We're calling for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Go get Key Brian Hayes. Go get somebody that can play the position so that we can tighten up the infield defense. That'll save us some runs. So when Judge does get hot and they actually pitch to him, because now, why would you pitch the Judge? In any crucial situation, I'm not pitching the Judge. There's a lot of guys in baseball now that have caught on to it. Yeah, you don't have to face this guy. Make Jazz beat you, or whoever else is coming up beat you. 888-808-1019. Richard is in Manhattan on the Fan. Hello, Rich.
Keith, when you're in a losing streak like this, you sense things going bad, you got to change up things. You guys brought it up before. When the game is on the line, both games in the sixth inning, you got to bring in your best pitcher. I don't care if he's your closer, whatever. Use it, because if you blow the game there, both games they blew when it was on the line. Yesterday with Rodon, today with the Fried, they could have won the games. He's afraid to change because he's not allowed freedom, maybe? I don't understand.
Because they script it. They have pregame meetings. When they put that lineup out, they have lanes for where they're going to pitch these guys, and then they make a decision. It's between Jeff Hartley and Mark Leiter Jr. there.
I understand you don't want to show panic by changing things, but you just got to, when you don't, like, they don't think one game is more important than the next game. I don't know, during losing streaks and things aren't going well, you just...
And that's why I say we care more than they do. To them, the math is just, hey, we're in first place. We lose this game off this decision.
Oh, yeah. They're going to end up winning 92 games.
Or we have more innings to potentially come back. They are more confident in their hitting ability than we are. I know they're not coming back.
Keith, the way they're going to win 92 games and
and get into the playoffs. It's almost impossible not to get into the playoffs. That's the philosophy. And then after that, like Clashman said 15 years ago, it's a crapshoot. That's exactly what it is. So it doesn't really matter. They're not going to change anything. They don't want the manager to make decisions or anything on the fly. But they, I don't know, to me, they just are so rigid, and they don't treat any game more important. In a losing streak or when you see things are not going well, I can't see. If you have a closer, well, you call him the closer because he's your best pitcher. But you got, and they did that even with Mariano in the old days. I remember the playoffs against Texas. There were games that were imploding in the 5th, 6th inning. They refused. So I can't say this is something that even Joe Torre didn't do. He did the same thing. He wouldn't bring Mariano in the 5th or 6th inning. I don't understand it. In the old days, I mean, and I'm going way back in the 60s and 70s, you brought in your best relief pitcher.
You don't bring in your closer at the but you bring in a high leverage reliever, not Mark Leiter Jr. Thanks for the call, Richard. You don't bring in Mark Leiter Jr. He's been overused. You just used him yesterday. You just used him last week and it didn't work out. They're trying to force a round peg into a square hole. They're just trying to make fetch happen. They are, I don't know. They're convinced that, okay, this is going to be the time that Mark Leiter Jr. is lights out. While the rest of us are holding on to our seats. 888-808-1019. Let's go to John in Oxford, Connecticut on the Fan before we get to this next break.
Thanks for taking the call. Listen, I got one to throw at you. I haven't heard anybody talk about this.
Okay.
Brunson for LeBron, straight up.
Rick Brunson for LeBron? Done deal.
No, Rick, no. Jalen. No, I'm not kidding you. They play the same position. All these people who are talking about LeBron coming to the Knicks. How can Brunson and LeBron be on the same court together?
How can Luka and LeBron be on the same court together? LeBron to the Knicks is...
But the thing is, though, if LeBron... Now, I'm not saying I advocate this. Understand.
Mm-hmm.
But if LeBron were to come to the Knicks, the guy who doesn't fit, unfortunately, is Brunson. Really. If you look at it, they play the same position.
Put Brunson at the 2 then. I don't think LeBron is coming here, but just for the conversation, let LeBron be the 1 and let Brunson be the 2. He wants to shoot and he wants to score anyway.
I agree with you completely. It doesn't work, but I'm not sure that the Knicks hierarchy are so smart. I could see them doing this, and let me put it to you in this regard: is it an impossible trade? Because they signed Brunson small. They did. He took a small contract. And LeBron's got that $52 million. So you take the $52 million. You take LeBron on for 1 season. You let Jalen go. And then you ride it 1 season with LeBron. Now, are you telling me for 1 season next year, Jalen's better than LeBron?
Yes. Thanks for the call, John. He's the captain of the team. You know how many Knicks fans are already pissed off about the situation they're in right now, drafting and signing players with no coach? You get rid of Jalen Brunson? Like, they're pulling up to Madison Square Garden. You want to start a riot? Like, no, this is not going down. We'll talk about the Knicks when we get into the 9 o'clock hour. Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM returns right after this.
BT and Sal argue like your group chat, but with better mic.
All right. I'm back in the chat. Let's see if I can get us current. Jazz is not in his position. We know. Time to get some good bullpen arms at the deadline, like Emmanuel Clase, Ryan Helsley, Felix Bautista. I talked about them last night. The price is gonna be so high for the Yankees. Do I still believe they'll make the playoffs? I do. Do I think they can beat the Dodgers, Phillies, or even the Tigers in a 7? I don't. And that's the thing. The Yankees making the postseason, when we don't make the postseason, we're shocked. That's standard. They're supposed to be in the postseason. The goal is to win the whole thing, and they're not looking like a team that can win the whole thing. Yo, if you're gonna try and come at me, make sure you spell right, man. Make sure you get your words together. Just slow down, take it easy. Mind your Met business. Yeah, Soto, mind your Met business. DFA lighter, send Volpe down to AAA for a little bit. They won't. They will not, yo. They absolutely will not, yo. Exactly. Shout out to Zoo in the building. Sam Volpe is a whipping boy. Almost make it seem like he hasn't earned it. He has. His play is why he's being focused on. He's not a scapegoat. He's not who we hope he'd be. Yeah, well, all of them. What I'm saying is the Yankees always have a guy that gets the brunt of the fans' ire and smoke. Josh Donaldson, Aaron Hicks, Joey Gallo. Like Volpe is in that right now. Bill, what up, man? It's an all-star game hat. It's all-star game pin. All-star game from Seattle. From Seattle. Yeah, you're right. I honestly think Boone and Cashman are attached. So, like, as long as Cashman is there, he's going to keep working with Boone. They have a relationship. It's been 8 years. I think he's also here, like, as long as Judge is here. So, any of you guys coming up with any bright ideas of how to get either one of them out of the paint? You can't get one or the other out. Like, and you know what cracks me up when Yankee fans are like, I hope they do miss the postseason so they can fire them all. I'm like, they if they did miss the postseason, they wouldn't fire them. Essentially, the lineup is 4 deep right now. Belly, Jazz, and Jason. It depends. It depends, yo. I know Goldie has come back down to earth a bit. I mean, DJ had 2 hits today. It just didn't really amount to anything at the bottom of the order. Stanton has been nothing. Even though he drove in a run today, he does not have the power in his swing. And you wonder, like, is he absolutely cooked? That's what I led with, bro. I said, like, the whole thing this year was supposed to be, no, the Dodgers were wrong about us. We can fix our problems. We can fix our little issues in the scout. And then it's the same. You are what you are. Some of the players they replaced, but some of the same players are there. You guys think that, but, like, you don't get fired for doing what your boss wants you to do. The boss doesn't want Boone ripping the players. He doesn't want Boone being hard on these guys like that, especially not towards the media and fans.
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Another brutal loss for the Yankees. Max Fried bitten by the long ball, and the Blue Jays exploded for 5 runs in the 7th, 3 more in the 8th, highlighted by a George Springer grand slam as Toronto pulled to within a game of the Bombers in the AL East after a 12-5 victory. Defense sloppy again, including an enormous catcher's interference on J.C. Escar that loaded the bases for Springer. The Yankees continue to waste opportunities offensively as well. 2 for 17 with runners in scoring position. They left 11 men on. That is now 12 losses in 18 games. Mets get another day to lick their wounds. Postponed doubleheader with the Brewers on Wednesday. Knicks a move. They land big man Gershon Yabusele, 2 years, $12 million. Bucks a shakeup. They waived Damian Lillard while acquiring Miles Turner, 4 years, $107 million. Lillard, of course, rehabbing the torn Achilles. He'll get to pick his next destination, and he'll get the full $113 million that's still owed to him. And the Rangers continue to reshape things. They send Keandre Miller to the Hurricanes, where he gets an 8-year, $60 million deal. Blue Shirts getting back a first and second round pick. They also signed Vladislav Gavrikov to a 7-year deal at $49 million. They also brought back Will Cooley, 2 years, $7.8 million. 74 degrees, still raining in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Inside the 9 p.m. hour on the Fan in New York. Taking your calls at 888-808-1019. I mean, before we went to break, we had a trade proposed. LeBron James for Jalen Brunson straight up. Happy birthday, WFAN. It's the only type of place you can get somebody to hold for an hour to be like, listen, I got an idea.
But he is not ever going to be able to work with a guy like Anthony Edwards. He's never going to be able to work with a guy like LeBron. He's just not that type of player. He can't, I don't want to say he can't play off the ball, but he is not good off the ball. He is good when he has the ball in his hands and he's able to do whatever he wants with his feet and use that motion to his best of his abilities. Outside of that, if he's sitting on the corner trying to shoot a three, I mean, I'll take it, but that's not his game, man. And I feel like that's going to be the biggest issue of finding that next guy with him. And you saw it with Cat this year.
And why try to change what? Listen.
Exactly. Just let him ride. He's good enough to do it.
You got to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. I've been screaming the writing is on the wall. The path is more clear than ever. The Pacers are cooked. Miles Turner's with the Bucks.
Ugh.
The Bucks are cooked. You know, we took the call about, I think it was John from Masbit talking about, wow, the Bucks are going to eat Damian Lillard's money. Yeah, the Milwaukee Bucks are waiving Damian Lillard and stretching the remaining $113 million on his contract in order to acquire Miles Turner. And supposedly this has upset Giannis, right? Giannis didn't like that. But like the whole reason he was there, Giannis, they got him a couple years back was, oh, look at this tandem. Who's going to stop Dame Time and the Greek Freak? And now Giannis is not pleased. Giannis, just demand the trade already. Are you can I interest the Knicks in a Giannis trade? They can't pull it off. They don't have anything. They don't have anything to give.
From just that perspective, there's no chance.
We're past the draft here.
But I will say this. I don't like the trade at all if they did do it because, again, Jalen Brunson is here. What does Jalen Brunson do best?
This is his team.
Yes, he shoots threes.
He's the captain of the team. He's the most favorite player on the team by far. And in this relevant era of the Knicks coming back to prominence, he is the face and the leader. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. 888-808-1019.
Operating in the mid-range with Jalen. It's not going to work.
No, and the next coach knows that. If it's Mike Brown, if it's I don't know who else. I think it's leaning Mike Brown right now, and we'll talk about that as well.
I don't know, bro.
I think Taylor Jenkins, they're getting him up out of there.
I hope so.
Ian Begley reported. And shout out to Ian Begley. I heard him a little bit with BT earlier. The Knicks head coaching search is narrowed down to Pelicans assistant James Borrego and former Kings head coach Mike Brown. Mike Brown is a hard ass. Like I was talking last night about all the videos circulating from the Kings practice of him yelling and screaming or him running. He's a hard ass. Is that going to work with this group? This is an established group of players. These guys are not rookies. They're not new to this. Like, is that going to work? Is he going to change up his coaching style? He's meeting with Dolan next. I don't know what his approach is going to be sitting with James Dolan either.
Well, that's a scarier scenario that you're painting right now. But I will say this for Mike James, and you mentioned it there. He is a hard ass. I think that'll be good for some guys on this team. I think, unfortunately, it won't be good for a guy like Cat. And you look at Sacramento and what they had when he was there. Those guys were young at one point. And then guess what? De'Aaron Fox became an all-star, a superstar. And what happened? He got called out after a game. And you know what? You know what, Mike Brown? I don't want to get called out after a game. So I'm going to the GMs. I know in Sacramento, they're dumb enough to make that move. So they fire you. I mean, that's what can happen immediately here with Mike Brown. If Cat, and Brunson's not going to complain. Because I know Brunson's the type of dude that, he might have issues with it, but he'll go with it. That's
being coached hard and understanding that, But here's the thing.
Son.
Without a head coach, they are cooking right now. They did add Jordan Clarkson last night.
It's a good move.
He's a 6th man of the year. He's a guy that's going to come off the bench, score, get buckets. I was joking about how I know he's going to like New York. I happen to be in LA at Delilah, Drake's club. And when he came in with Kyler Murray when I was there, people were like, is that Kanye? It was not Kanye. It was, I couldn't see Kyler Murray because he's all of 5'3", and his security, all I saw was his security. But I saw Jordan Clarkson bop, and I'm like, oh, this guy's going to love New York. And that's why he's coming to New York with, I don't need to know who the coach is. How much? They're signing for the minimum. So Tommy Beer wrote, next season, the Knicks are paying Jordan Clarkson and Yershon Yabusele a combined total of $9.3 million. Both of those guys coming off the bench, assuming that they're bench pieces, plus. Like, you're starting to see the Knicks try to build out their roster to fit this modern day NBA and have guys that can play minutes, that are veterans, that are experienced. I was looking online too. Yabusele, his career high is 28 points. He can shoot a little bit. Like, this is a guy that's coming off the bench. No knock to Mitchell Robinson, even though his name did come up in some trade talks during the draft. Like, he's coming off the bench and he could do a lot of different things. It's going to give the Knicks a different look. It's going to give them some versatility, and it's going to give their starters a break. So you're starting to see the writing on the wall even more so, right? The Pacers are cooked. They're done. The Celtics, Tatum is hurt, and they've already disbanded that team. The Cavaliers, I don't know, maybe LeBron wants to go to Cleveland and try that again for the 3rd time. But if it's the Cleveland Cavaliers and the New York Knicks, this season, the Knicks are going to be the favorites to come out of the East, no matter who's coaching the team. Dawn Staley could coach the team. And they're going to be picked to do it because they have the players. They're building a deeper bench. And the whole thing is going to be, we got rid of Tom Thibodeau, who historically ran his guys into the ground, because we see ourselves getting to the end of the race in 2025, 2026, where this next head coach can't run our guys into the ground. I got to find the stat, but there was a stat about how many more games the Knicks starting 5 had played compared to the Pacers, compared to the Thunder, because of how much wear and tear and minutes that they put on their leg. Like, they stayed healthy this year, but no guarantee that happens next year. So you have to have a bench to keep everybody fresh and healthy for the championship run.
Yep, and even in the games where they are starting, so say, you know what, you can start a ton of games, but you need to have guys on the bench so that Mikal Bridges isn't playing 40 minutes every night. OG's not playing 40. You know what, Brunson's going to play 40. But he can't do it every night.
No, and they shouldn't have to. When you're playing against the Washington Wizards, get them off the floor.
They shouldn't touch the court.
They didn't even dress. They're in street clothes, and you should still be able to beat the Washington Wizards like that. 888-808-1019. It's funny because the call for the LeBron Brunson trade, the topic was, Yanks potential moves. And I'm like, he didn't even say anything about the Yanks. Here's Steve in Rockland before we get these Knicks calls in here. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Keith. So here we go. And I did a little homework on this, okay? And it's a question for you because You already said you would not trade Dominguez. So Eugenio Suarez for third base would just solidify everything. You move Jazz to second. You let LeMahieu float, whatever. Let him fill in. It solves a lot of problems. He's going to be 34 years old at the end of this month. He's going to be a free, and it's his walk year. He's going to be a free, so it's a rental.
I can't give them Jason Dominguez for a rental.
I'm not. I don't know. I know you're not going to. But what Yankee treasure? Because Arizona's going to hold. We're going to hold the Yankees up, of course. And why wouldn't they? But what Yankee treasure would you surrender to solidify third base in that way? Because that would solve a lot of problems, man. For the second, for the run, it would.
I don't know. I'm not moving off of George Lombard Jr. I'm not moving off of Spencer Jones. I'm not moving off of Jason Dominguez. If they want some pitching like a Ben Hess or a Chase Hampton, sure. Rock Reggio's down there kind of turning some heads. They want him. They just sent Caleb Durbin packing. Rock Reggio's the next Caleb Durbin type. They can have him. But I look at the Yankees with Judge getting older in that outfield, with Trent Grisham, who's probably going to get paid somewhere else. Like he's not going to be back next year because somebody's going to offer him more money than the Yankees should pay him. Belly could opt in. Like you need to have an outfield. You need to, and Dominguez is just going to keep getting better. I believe, in left field and also can play center field. He's a switch hitter. I think the more major league at bats he has, the more of a threat he's going to be. His power will come back. And they've worked so many years on the Martian and getting him up to this level to trade him now. Like I think he's someone that can impact the rest of the season as we do push towards the postseason. I wouldn't be trading Jason Dominguez. Think about how many years they passed. Everybody was calling for Jason Dominguez. That was a non-starter. Thanks for the call, Steve. Eugenio Suarez sounds like a great idea, right? He hits for power. He's got high RBIs. Can play third base. But I don't think the Diamondbacks think that they're completely out of it. They made a run to the World Series 2 years ago. I think the Diamondbacks are probably going to hold you hostage. And Cashman's not going to get fleeced, Joe. I think last year when we were talking about the deadline, he didn't give up any of his top 10 prospects. You got to give up Agustin Ramirez, which not for nothing. Like Agustin Ramirez, I mean, if you have him, you don't have Jazz, but he's having a decent little year with the Marlins. And it's also the Marlins. Like, it's different playing for the Marlins than the Yankees. Not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Fingers crossed, man. I hope that they can get an actual third baseman. I think the priorities right now, you can live with Jazz at third base. You can live with DJ at second base, but it's going to cost you. And you're gonna have to overcome it. I would like to see them move Jazz back to second base. So priority one for me is a right-handed hitting third baseman. Priority number two is back end of the bullpen. Get some help. And not even back in. Get rid of Mark Leiter Jr. Get somebody that could come in the sixth inning, seventh inning. Like we have Devin Williams, who you traded for. We have Luke Weaver, who was a Cashman find out of nowhere. Get those guys some help. Tim Hill is still here. Fernando Cruz could be back September, ready for October. But get us some guys that can get us through, maybe even, if Luis Heel can come back and be in the rotation, maybe Yarby can go to the bullpen. I don't know. They need to know. We don't need to know today. Let me get this last Yanks call in because here come the Knicks fans to talk about Jordan Clarkson and Gershon Yabusele and the bench being formed and them not having a coach and Mike Brown being the leading candidate and, just the NBA taking shape right now and a clear path for the Knicks to be the favorite to come out of the East. Let's go to Chris in the Bronx before we do get to the Knicks. What's up, Chris? You're on the Fan.
Keith, how are you, man?
Good. How are you?
On a rainy night after two bad Yankees losses, I know I'm going to hear some crazy calls. So I said, do I want to listen to the radio or do I want to put on Keith? I'll put on Keith. So I hear we got to trade Cashman. I'm sorry, we got to fire Cashman. We got to trade Dominguez. We got to bring in our closer in the sixth inning. And then while we're at it, let's just trade the best basketball player we've seen in New York since Patrick Ewing for a 75-year-old LeBron James in a walker. What else can we throw at? I mean, what else do I got?
We're rolling.
And then I got to hear you drop a Mean Girls reference. Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
I'm glad you picked up on that.
You know what, though, Keith? You were right on the money. We don't got to do anything crazy. This is a first-place Yankees team. They're going to be fine. I agree with you. Get a third baseman. Stop putting Jazz there because he's good there, but he balls out at second base. Put him at second base. Let him rock. Get a third baseman. Get a little more help in the bullpen. We're going to be fine.
Simple as that. Thanks for the call, Chris. And ultimately, like, that's a good way to kind of put a cap on the Yankees conversation. They're losing right now. But if you make a trade for a third baseman, that's going to tighten up the defense. That's going to change the lineup. Just one guy you got to add. You've got enough outfielders. You need to add one guy in that infield. And then as far as behind the dish, I think you're fine there as well. I mean, Austin Wells got to figure it out. Well, not figure it out. Like he's got the injury. But even before the injury, he's got to figure it out at the plate. It's kind of crazy to think that this guy was batting cleanup, protecting Judge. Like, I don't know where that guy has gone this year. But also now you have the threat of Ben Rice catching. Ben Rice is catching shutouts. Ben Rice is looking like, oh, he actually was a catcher. Like, that is his true position. JC Escar it's kind of worn out for me. I'm just like, I don't need it. I don't need the catcher's interference. They're costly. It's like the worst possible time. That's the thing with the Yankees. They make these mistakes at the worst possible time. All right. That's it, though. Like, they're in a bad one. They'll probably mess around and lose the series to the Toronto Blue Jays. And then, July, they'll limp through. And, I mean, I've kind of reserved my conversation around the Mets because, like, I don't want to lean into the Mets struggles. What if the Mets sweep the Yankees this weekend or take 2 out of 3 from the Yankees this weekend? Like, the Mets are in a great spot right now. Having 2 off days, obviously one scheduled off day, but now, this game being postponed today, that's extra time to get off your feet. That's extra time to rest, to get treatment, extra time to clear your head, be with your family, your significant other, your dog, your cat, your kids, watch a movie, do something. I think that they're going to come into this series with the Brewers, and they have a doubleheader. It's tough to win both in a doubleheader, so you kind of feel like they've got a chance to win one. You win the first one, you go after the second one, you're feeling great. And then the Subway Series being this holiday weekend, it's going to be turned up. Even though these teams are limping in, it's New York. It's the Yankees versus the Mets. There's going to be good crowds there. There's going to be just a vibe and energy around the rivalry where hopefully both teams compete, and we'll see what happens. And, hopefully from there on, they can kind of right the ship and go into the All-Star break, not limping into the All-Star break, but making you feel better about, okay, like they went through June, but June is over. Here's the break for, again, everybody to get a rest and then come out of the break and make the push towards the deadline and the postseason. 888-808-1019 as we transition to some of the Knicks conversation. I know Mario in Long Beach can do both. What's up, Mario? You're back on the fan.
How you doing? Good show as always.
Thanks for calling. I'm good.
I just have a real quick 15-second, a really funny thing that I saw on YouTube. This guy, Brian Scalabrine, I don't know if you remember him.
Yeah.
He was on the Celtics years ago. So he was basically, they used to laugh at him because statistically wise, he was the worst player in the NBA. He was the 12th man on the bench. If you look down at points he averaged and everything, and they used to make fun of him. So now you know what he does? He's 42 years old, right? He goes around and he plays one-on-one with high school great players and stuff, and he beats the hell out of them. And he's 42.
Yeah,
and he said,
he
would say, "I'm close." Yeah,
he's had a relationship with Cooper Flagg since Cooper Flagg was 13 or 14. He just popped up in like an ad with Cooper Flagg. So yeah, he's around, and I've seen the videos of him. Even Tom Thibodeau made a joke when they were playing against the Celtics. He said something along the lines like the worst thing the Celtics ever did was bringing that guy here.
Yeah. But just going to the Knicks now right now, because I know you're transitioning to them now, right? So, like you said, I like Clarkson a lot. He's going to be very good. And another thing he brings, like you said, scoring off the bench. Part of the problem they had is that really Brunson was the only one that could score off the dribble, He created his own shot. Clarkson can create his own shot. That's going to help a lot, without a doubt. That other guy, Abasili, is an animal. He's like, I just looked him up, 6'8", and 265.
Yeah, he's a beast. French guy. He shot 38% from 3, 59.8 field goal percentage. Like, he gets buckets too, and he's a big dude. So,
and you know what the most important thing is, Keith? The foul line, 72%. We can't have 40% like Mitchell Robinson. You can't have that because then you can't play the guy at the end.
Yeah, they might move Mitch. They might go ahead and move on from Mitch.
And I really think the NBA, I'll let you go with this. I think the NBA should do away with that. It doesn't really bode well for watching games intentionally fouling somebody because they can't shoot foul shots. It takes away from the game. I don't think that should be allowed. Nice talking to you. Great show as always, buddy.
Thanks for the call. I mean, it's part of the game. You can't do away with it. It's a strategy. Not everybody deploys it, and it also doesn't work. Hit the foul shots, and it doesn't work. But yeah, I mean, the Knicks are cooking right now without a head coach. But I just feel like making the right decision on the head coach, like, you don't have to rush either. Like, I would need to talk if the players all had meetings and weighed in on Tom Thibodeau and got him up out of the paint, fired him, basically, I need to talk to everybody about what they think about Mike Brown. I need to talk to every single one of these guys because that could be the only thing to sink the ship. If there's any friction between this team and Mike Brown and his style of coaching, like I said, how he's a hard ass, he likes to yell, and he's very, animated, and that didn't necessarily work with the young guys in Sacramento. These aren't young guys. This team isn't young. This is a veteran team in their championship window. And like this next year is like this past year that we just went through with them losing to the Pacers, I would say that was year one. This next year is the real year two. And then the year after that's probably the last year. It's probably a 3-year window for the Knicks to get to the finals and win it before another team emerges out of the East. Like, there was some chatter about what the Atlanta Hawks have done. I don't really take them seriously. I mean, they've made some moves, and they obviously got to the Eastern Conference Finals a couple years back. But I wouldn't say they're a threat to the Knicks just, because a couple moves that they made. Getting Luke Kennard. He's a shooter. Kristaps Porzingis. I don't know. I won't completely sleep on them, but I just think out of all of these years of the Knicks being bums, out of the recent years of the Knicks being relevant, this is the year where it's like, oh yeah, makes sense. They're building out their bench. They're hiring a new coach. They got to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, and in this upcoming year, they're expected to get to the actual finals and win it. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Justin in Floral Park on the Fan next. What's up, Justin?
Keith, what's going on, brother?
Holding it down, moving off of some of the Yankees.
Happy birthday to WFAN, man.
Yeah, crazy.
I wish them the happiest birthdays. But, Keith, as far as the Knicks go, I'm hearing it's Mike Brown. I really don't love it. I think it's a lateral move, honestly. I think it's another retread coach. There's no LeBron here. Okay, so what's his pedigree, this guy? Let's be honest. He turned the Sacramento Kings down a little bit. Yeah, but Thibodeau's got more experience.
Right.
Just because, Bridges cried and Cat cried about playing so much. Come on, man.
It is crazy to fire that man and potentially hire Mike Brown.
Yeah, exactly. And nothing against Mike Brown, but, dude, you've won nothing without LeBron James. And you didn't even win with LeBron. Okay, you went to a finals and got blown out.
It goes back to what everyone's saying. They didn't have a plan. You can't tell me that your plan was to fire Tibbs and arrive to Mike Brown, who was already unemployed.
The plan was, Keith, and we talked weeks ago, was they wanted Jason Kidd, and Dallas laughed in their face. And then if they didn't get Jason Kidd, they were trying to get the guy from Houston, and Houston laughed in their face. So everybody hates the Knicks right now because what they did to Tibbs, and that's it. And listen, I like the moves. Jordan Clarkson's going to be a nice man off the bench. And I love this big guy that they got from Philly because when Embiid was out, this guy, no joke, scored between 15 and 20 points a game. He's a fan favorite. The fans are going to love him in the Garden. This guy's an animal. He's much better than Prince Achua. So I like the moves they're making. They're going to, if Mike Brown is the coach, I hope he uses a bench. That's the one thing that Tibbs did not do, and that was the downfall. That's why Tibbs is on the unemployment list right now because he didn't use the bench. He was a stubborn mule. Had he used the bench, probably still coaching his team. But I do like the moves they're making, Keith. I just hate this apron thing. I'm so confused by it. I'm hearing they can't really do any more moves unless they trade one of those 3 guys. Can you explain, do the Knicks still have any moves left, or are they shot right now with these 2 moves?
They got to get crafty. I got to go look. Bobby Marks does a great job of putting exactly, where the Knicks are, where all these teams are. I'll do that during the break. What they've spent, what they can spend. I'll dig that up right now. I know I had some of it.
Because I heard they had to trade either Bridges,
which they're not doing,
or one other guy to even make a move now because with the way this apron is set up. Because the Knicks, are paying a lot of guys. Cat's making a lot of money, obviously Brunson, all these guys. So I'm just confused by it. I just wanted to see if you knew who and if they even had any moves left. And Keith, do not discount because everyone discounts his team. Don't discount the Detroit Pistons. Okay, they made a couple moves. And, they're a young team, and they gave the Knicks all they could last year That Piston team is going to be very tough next year, Keith. I'm telling you. The Knicks were lucky, that went 6 games. Could easily have went 7. That Piston team is young and hungry.
Thanks for the call, Justin. I was laughing because Zoo took the he took the words out of my head. And now they're down Malik Beasley. They lost Tim Hardaway Jr. today too. Their team's going to look different, and they're young and they're not a threat to the Knicks. They were never a threat to the Knicks. Cade Cunningham is a good player, but are they going to just where they're going to be seated? I don't think you got to worry about that. Now, Fred Katz put out that the NBA has officially announced the salary cap for next season. It is $1,054,647,000. The first apron is $195.9. The second apron is $207.8. And I'll go get Bobby Marks' tweet about where the Knicks are in this offseason and what they can spend and what they can do. Also with Mike Brown, and I just think it's we're going to hire the most experienced coach we can get. That's why we checked on all of these experienced coaches, because if you're experienced enough, you shouldn't be able to screw this up. That's why we're not going Johnny Bryant. That's why we're not going with the Pelicans assistant. We're going to go with a coach that has, been there, done that with NBA teams and coached in NBA games. And there's going to be enough talent on this team. All we got to do is force his hand to play players off the bench, and we're going to be able to find our way to the NBA Finals. 888-808-1019. Taking your calls on the Knicks now. Still obviously taking calls on the Yankees. And at some point, we're going to play some Darren Waller beats. We're going to talk about Darren Waller. The Dolphins are active, and I got a take on the Dolphins. And, we'll talk some NFL as well. Keith McPherson on The Fan. This show is over in 2.5 hours, something like that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
WFAN, talking New York sports for 38 years.
All right, y'all. Can't keep up with the comments, but it's a good chat community, because I know you guys are keeping up talking to yourselves as I'm taking calls, as I'm looking up stuff. So right now I'm looking up Bobby Marks, how he puts out the off season and the projected salary and the budget and where teams are and what they could spend. Here we go. 10 hours ago, New York Knicks offseason. Second apron is now triggered. Deuce McBride, Tyler Kolek, Jordan Clarkson, Pacome Diate. I don't know how to pronounce that guy's name. I need to go look that up. Pacome, pronunciation. Pacome Diate. Pacome Diate. Gershon Yabusele, Mitchell Robinson, Ariel Hukporti, Mohamed Diawara. So their salary is at $204 million. The tax threshold, $187. First apron, yeah. So they're right at the second apron right now. All right, now I got that. Let me actually let me do this one here. want to move here. I move here. Okay, boom. William, appreciate it, bro. Actually, this camera is not where I want it to be. Need to be more centered. I think I'm better like right here. Cool, yeah. Dwayne, what up? Yo, happy birthday. I'm chilling, bro, working. Oh, Hector, I saw your super chat when I went like this. You know, Hector with the $4.99. We throwing money out here. Let me check. I think I got my YouTube partner set at like $100. I'm already over it, so I think I'm at 112.49. And they're probably gonna pay me out in a week or so. Let's see. What's up, Keith? Long time listener. Robert, what's up, man? Appreciate you pulling up. Marcus back in here. What up, Marcus? They might, though. He's experienced. Yeah, I was over it after that. I was listening on the radio a little bit, but I was over it. Jazz has been good. He's fit in too. Like, Jazz has been good. Yeah, I can do that. I did some last night. I can do some of the Nets conversation for Will. There, no LeBron James. Right. If Volpe goes to like Milwaukee or something, he'll ball. The Nets don't get enough calls. They don't get enough respect. They don't have enough listeners, fan base. They're irrelevant. I can try to force the issue, and every time I do, it doesn't last long. I would say it's 9 to 10 or 9 to 1, 90% to 10% Knicks fans to Nets fans as far as the radio station goes, the calls go, the conversation goes. That was Richard on the line, the legendary Richard from Manhattan. Shout out to him. He calls everywhere. Yeah, I know. He calls everywhere. You feel ignored? What did you say? I'm not ignoring anybody. I'm working. Once upon a time, I never did these live streams. Once upon a time, I only did audio. So I'm giving you a little window into WFAN and me being here. And I always throw up the banner. Appreciate all y'all in here, y'all. We got almost 1,200 people in here, and this show's going till 12. So, like, what numbers can we actually do tonight? Well, we might touch 13. Zoo ain't picking me up. Keep calling. I'll tell him. Keep calling. You can get on. They're coming back to prominence. Remind you where the Nets are? Nowhere. But like the Knicks were bums. And you know what? Like as much as you Knicks fans, like this guy have a battery in your back, the NBA and fans love to see y'all lose that first game to the Pacers and get dubbed. So chill. If the Nets are worth doing a podcast, I'll bring it back. All right, show's coming back. Switching up here. We're talking sports. It's the 38th birthday of WFAN, the most listened to sports talk radio station in the world. And Keith McPherson, your nighttime host, year 4 here. Younger than the station. I wasn't alive when the station came about.
I think that's a cool little nugget, though. I think that's a little bit of a flex. Like, yo, the station's older than I am. I think I'm the youngest full-time host. I think I might be. Yeah, but not by a lot. Only by like a year. And then like even, guys that are hosts / producers like Loogie and Morash and Big Mac, I think Morash is 38, 39, about to be. I think Loogie is 40, about to be. And I think Big Mac is about to be 41. What's funny is I thought I was older than all those guys when I came in here. And then I found out that I'm a little bit younger than them. It doesn't matter. They're not asking your age. The only time age comes up when it's like, I was a Yankee fan back in. Keith, did you happen to see the 1980? Nah, I didn't. I don't remember anything from the early 90s, really. I think from like 95 on. Maybe I don't even count that. Like I always talk about, I didn't see Donnie baseball. That's one guy I would have loved to like at least recall watching a game where he stepped into the batter's box and did anything. But nope, just missed it. 96. I was a young lad, but even back then it's fuzzy, man. It's fuzzy. It's hard to recall, and shout out to all the people here at WFAN behind the scenes, all of these years. Something I've felt and noticed is like, if you have been working in here for a long time, like Loogie, like Morash, like C-Mac, like Evan, like guys that have been in here for 15, 20 years, sports is your life every day. You don't miss anything because you're like, you're producing shows or you're listening to shows and like, I don't know, it's a lot. There was a lot of points in time, like I wasn't as tuned into sports. I was playing sports or I wasn't watching everything or I was in Virginia at school where we didn't get all the Yankee games. So it's interesting now. I make jokes online. Like today, my joke was like, I think I got to just get my CDL, hit the road, forget about all this, watching the Yankee game. When you do radio every day, every night, and you got to watch the games and have some thoughts and like read articles and be prepared. Like you're so deep in it. You're so entrenched in it. And it's a crazy job. It's a crazy experience. I'm blessed to be here at WFAN. I went to school for radio. And if there's one place that I was aiming to be, I always talk about having this keychain. I'm showing the live chat, the WFAN keychain, that this old ass keychain. We got to bring these back. This old keychain has been on my keys since 2014. And I graduated 2011. And so I kind of lived the dream, right? Like as people say, radio is changing and radio is dying. And I just was looking at a post on Instagram. If you go to my Instagram, Keith McPherson on Instagram, there's a post in my story about how $235 billion is going to creator-driven ad revenue, basically on TikTok and YouTube and social media. And what it says is that the forecast shows how much the creator economy has reshaped advertising and how traditional media like TV, print, and radio is going to take a back seat to social media. And that's crazy. Like when I was going to school, you couldn't go to school to be an influencer, a creator, a YouTuber. And now that's the thing. So, for WFAN to still be here and for us to have the Odyssey app, for us to have these digital channels, for us to even have, different hosts like myself included with following across, TikTok and YouTube and Instagram like that. That's how we stay current and stay relevant into the future. 888-808-1019. We were talking about money, right? We were talking about the Knicks. And I went to look up Bobby Marks and what he put out there. So I just was giving you the aprons and where the Knicks are. The Knicks salary right now is at $204 million. So they're right at the second apron, which is $207.8 million. And that's including Jordan Clarkson. That's including Gershon Yabusele. So I'm not sure what exactly they can do next or what they will do next. If they'll be able to shed some money, if they're trying to bring anybody else in, but really they're trying to bring in the coach, right? They're trying to bring in the leader of the team. They've got plenty talent. They've got plenty of guys with experience and guys that can get it done. And I think they're going to be the favorite to come out of the East. And that's why they probably feel like, hey, anybody can come in here with experience and do this, right? Can't wait to watch. Can't wait to watch, as I know the Net fans are lurking in the background saying, hey, this is where they crumble. This is where they fail. This is where they made it took it a step too far, made a bad decision, right? They kept tweaking and changing the team, got rid of Dante DiVincenzo, got rid of RJ Barrett and IQ. And Now they get rid of the coach. This is where they take a step back and they don't actually reach the finals. And I know the Net fans are feeling some type of way. They have their coach. Jordy Fernandez is the coach of the future. The rookies for the Brooklyn Nets were introduced today. And you got to take a look at these guys and you got to look at the future. You know, a couple of these young guys that the Nets drafted have to make it. They absolutely have to figure it out and become, you know, leading off with Igor Demin, the point guard. You know, and Jordy Fernandez talked about how they want to play fast and talked about how, you know, they're looking for pace, and they feel like they have the fastest player in the draft. And he also talked about how he's going to run a lineup of 10 deep, 10 players, and these young guys will have to earn it. These young guys coming in will have to, earn their spots if they want playing time. So the Nets made the trade yesterday to get Cam Johnson out of here finally, and I celebrated it because Cam Johnson is the guy they had to trade who came over here with Mikal Bridges, and they were able to get a first-round pick. It's a 2032 first-round pick, but it's still an unprotected first-round pick for Cam Johnson. And then you get Michael Porter Jr., who's 2 years younger than him, who's a scorer, who's going to be immediately somebody that Nets fans can be a fan of. He's somebody that you can put in there that's going to wow the fans, going to be entertaining, going to be fun to watch. It's going to be interesting to see how, things shake out with Cam Thomas and Nick Claxton and, the rest of the group. Last thing on the Nets here, as I did have some people in the chat say, hey, what about the Nets? What about the Nets? Two solid moves for the Brooklyn Nets yesterday, bringing back Day'Ron Sharpe and also bringing back Zaire Williams and not paying them anything. So Zaire Williams is a guy that they're going to pay 2 years, $12 million. I think you're going to see some growth out of him. He averaged 10 points, 4.3 rebounds. Chris Carino talked about how hard he plays the game. I think he's a Brooklyn grit guy. I think that's what they need to get back to, having gritty, scrappy players. And then Day'Ron Sharpe, another homegrown net that they drafted and developed. 2 years, $12 million for him. And, he's a guy that has seen the iterations of Ben Simmons and KD, Kyrie, and Harden. And I think now you're going to see a Brooklyn Nets team with some young guys that they drafted, they developed, and a head coach that's going to lead them into the future where they'll be competitive. But I don't know. I think they're going to be in between where ultimately they probably end up in the lottery again. If they don't stay healthy, they probably end up picking in, top picks again. But all right, now we're fully into the conversation around the Knicks. Nets fans weigh in as well. We're talking about who the next Knicks head coach will be. We're talking about where they are with the second apron after getting Jordan Clarkson and Gershon Yabusele and just kind of building out their bench and knowing that this is the year they're going to be favored to come out of the East. Eric is in Rivervale, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's up, Keith? How we doing, brother?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, great show as always, man. Thank you for taking the call. And yeah, I completely agree with what you and Big Zoo were talking about as far as the Knicks, man. I mean, they certainly seem to be favored coming out of the East. I don't have a whole lot of love for the Pistons, while I know many do, and what the Magic have done. They still seem to be pretty young, and the Hawks making some interesting moves. But I love what Rose has done with the roster. I mean, I think these moves for Clarkson and Yabusele are really good ones. I don't know, based on what you were just talking about with the apron, that there's a whole lot more that they can do unless they make some sort of, huge move, whether that's with OG or Mitch, which I don't really see. But what I can't quite understand is what in the world is going on with the coach. Like, bringing in makes no sense to me. Like, what they're doing makes no sense. Why they would fire Tibbs and then bring in somebody that's arguably more aggressive than Tibbs was. Like, he's harder on players, Mike Brown is, than Thibodeau was. He has less experience, so it doesn't make any sense to me. And the only thing that sort of does still make sense to me is that Jason Kidd is still in the mix. Like, I have to believe that is their hope, that there's some way that they can get Kidd out of Dallas.
So you think this is a smoke screen right now with Mike Brown? You think this is not real?
I don't think so. I think Leon Rose is too smart for that. It seems to me that it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it really doesn't.
I mean, no matter how smart Leon Rose is, I think a lot of us believe that this was ultimately a James Dolan decision. And so when James Dolan makes a decision, you got to use your smarts to kind of work your way out of it. But you can only do so much. Like Nico Harrison on draft night said, I thought I quieted all that down. Like Jason Kidd will be the coach for us this upcoming year for the Mavs.
I tend to agree, but the only pushback I would have on that is that, well, then why haven't they given him a contract yet? They've actually only thing they've told him is that they're holding off until the season starts. If they wanted him that badly, then why wouldn't they just give him the extension now?
There's no rush.
Seems like
They don't.
I agree, but there's no rush to the Knicks either. So that's why I feel like there's likely something happening where he is still a hopeful option. Whether or not that's real, I don't know, because I can't believe that Mike Brown is the option. There's no that.
I understand. I hear you, Eric. Thanks for the call, but it happens, man. There are girls that they fall in love with a guy and they want to be with the guy, but you know what? They're married to some other guy and they just kind of settle and realize, hey, I can't be with him. I got to stay over here. This is the situation I'm in. I got a ring on my finger. I said I do. This is, I'd love to go over there. I'd love to break this thing off, but I'm kind of binded here. And then as time goes by, that evaporates. As time goes on, you just kind of forget about that, right? That's where we are with Jason Kidd. I think we heard a lot of reports. I know I had Scoop B. Robinson on that Jason Kidd said he wants that job. You could want that job, but you already have a job. You already have a responsibility. You're under contract. The Mavs just had the number 1 pick. They have Cooper Flagg coming in. Kyrie just redid his deal. They have Klay Thompson. They have Anthony Davis. They're going to compete and win. They're not trying to lose their head coach, a coach that brought them to the finals 2 years ago. And I think that, their ownership, they have the money to pay him, but they don't have to pay him today. They might be looking at the Knicks like, yeah, keep playing games, keep figuring out who you're going to get. And, we'll keep the idea fresh that you might be able to, I don't think they can pull him away. I also think Nico Harrison, after the whole Luka deal, the NBA bailed them out with the number 1 pick to get Cooper Flagg. Their fans would absolutely hate him if he allowed Jason Kidd to go to New York. Who's going to coach them? Who's going to coach the Mavericks? Mike Brown? They don't want Mike Brown. So, I just think that Mike Brown has defaulted. What a lucky guy. Just being available, being a head coach with experience. He has defaulted into a great job being the head coach of the New York Knicks, a ready-made team with talent that just added more talent. A hungry team that the writing is on the wall. The East is wide open for them to make a run. He could be a championship head coach in year 1 of the NBA like we've seen a handful of other guys be. And if so, so be it. And you know what I think? Him coming into this situation, he's going to conform. He's going to do whatever Dolan and Leon Rose tell him to do. So, 2 hours ago, Mike Brown is now widely regarded as the favorite to be the Knicks head coach. It is what it is. This could be announced tonight. This could be announced tomorrow. It could be announced next week. I do think it's crazy to fire Tom Thibodeau and bring in Mike Brown, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. That's what you defaulted into. That you decided to enter that maze, and that maze led you to, we got to hire Mike Brown. We can't get Jason Kidd. We can't get Ime Udoka. Let's throw out there that we requested to interview Dawn Staley. But ultimately, Mike Brown is in the front of the race. He's got the lead right now to be the next head coach of the Knicks. And I don't think it's a coach that is going to make anybody do a backflip. I don't think you guys are going to be pouring up shots and toasting to Mike Brown. But I think he's a coach with experience that you're just going to be like, okay, he can do the job until he doesn't. And, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see how that all unfolds. I think that is going to be it, right? If he fails, right, because the only thing is he's got to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and win. He's got to get to the finals. That's where the bar is set now. If he fails, then there's going to be a lot of Knicks fans. There's going to be a lot of Knicks haters and pundits that are going to say, see, you made the wrong move. You handed this guy the keys to, the house that Tom Thibodeau built. And he came in and disrespected it, didn't know what to do in it, didn't know how to live in it, didn't know how to upkeep it, and the house fell down. But I don't know. In my heart of hearts, I just feel like this group is too experienced. This group is too good. And anybody with head coaching experience can come in and not screw this up. The players in the NBA a lot of times feel like they're the coaches. I don't know how many Kyrie and KD felt like that. They thought they could do it with Steve Nash. But the difference between a Steve Nash and a Mike Brown, Steve Nash had no head coaching experience. Mike Brown has enough head coaching experience to steer the ship, to drive this Knicks vehicle where it needs to go. Shout out to my boy Dre right on it. He said the kid to New York Knicks is dead. I don't know why callers keep bringing it up. So Mavs film room has been all over this, and they put that Mark Stein is reporting that the Mavericks are expected to extend Jason Kidd before the season. He received an extension before the finals run last year. So if they're going to give him another extension, again, there's no timetable for it today. There's no rush today. And they're not worried about, oh, we got to extend this guy now or he's going to be the head coach of the New York Knicks. They have to allow that. He's under contract. He's the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, and they have a bright future ahead, and they need this guy to be their head coach that brings them to the promised land. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Avi and Jackson on the Fan as we get some more calls in. What's up, man? Avi! I don't know. We're getting to 10 o'clock. Sometimes I get these sleepy callers, man. They're on hold and going to sleep. Okay, well, I know this guy knows what to do. This will be the last call before we get to break. 888-808-1019. Yankee calls on the table. Knicks calls on the table. Brooklyn Nets calls on the table. Haven't really talked about the Mets, but we can get into the Mets in the next hour. Let's take this break right here. We have a couple calls. Gary and Waterbury, you were this close to getting on, but we're up against it already. It's just better to get to 10 o'clock, and then we've got 2 hours left. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM returns right after this.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9.
Oh, man, I'm tired, man. I got to hit some push-ups in here these last 2 hours. You say Big Mac? Yeah, Big Mac is 41. Big Mac is 41. Tommy is 40. Morash is about to be 39. And I just turned 37 in May. So, I mean, obviously, we don't have to list Al Dukes, Jerry Recco, Boomer Esiason, Gio. BT is 51, just turned 51 last week. Or Sal is 46. So, yeah. Yo, what up, bro?
What's up, Papa?
Hang in.
Yankees Cup next weekend. What's up?
Which game you going to?
I'm gonna hit up.
You're gonna request tickets from?
Yeah. I'm gonna see whichever one's available.
It's a big weekend because they got the Billy Joel bobblehead. They got the T-shirt giveaway on Saturday. Then they got the Mo Willems Sunday game. I don't know which one I'm going to, honestly. Let me know when you're going. I'll pull up on you. And if anything, if I request tickets, we'll probably be right next to each other. Probably be in the same section.
All right, say less. I'll let you know.
All right, man.
Have a good rest of the show.
You too. Later. All right, push-ups. Yo, we got to need the Darren Waller beats in the system. I know I've played him. I know Connor worked on me because you got to edit him. You can't just play him from like YouTube because he curses in it. Oh, man. Sal, who is that? Salicata? You know Salicata. Bye, Pam. All right, 10 o'clock rock. I know y'all see the muscles, boy. I know y'all see me flexing, boy. I know I got some haters in the chat that always point out the muscles, boy. They secret admirers, though. I'm out here getting right. Boy, Dad, No Dad Bod, the mixtape coming soon. Favorite protein shake flavor? Right now, I'm drinking Muscle Milk S'mores flavor only because it was on sale at BJ's. I drink vanilla, though. I don't like chocolate. I don't like cookies and cream. Never, ever any banana or strawberries. I don't do anything fruity. Vanilla protein for me.
Oh, God. It's funny how I couldn't tell you why I entered the room. But this game, that series, we go through probably a back to it back.
I have no idea what Yankeeography this is.
96.
I'm not even watching.
I mean, I see Pat.
Okay.
Yeah. Why am I in this room? No clue. What I do yesterday? Having an idea.
But
That?
that's one that,
that shit. That
you were in the twilight of your fandom.
You put me in the late 90s, I remember everything.
I was too young.
Yeah, when I was 96.
Did you go to any of the games?
I was a freshman in college.
Oh, okay, you're way.
I went in a 1. Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. George Springer broke things open with a grand slam during a 5-run 7th. He knocked in 7 in all. The Blue Jays rate the Yankees 12-5. Bombers continue to make mistakes. J.C. Escar called for catcher's interference, negated a strikeout, loaded the bases in front of Springer. Not to mention their inability to hit with runners in scoring position. 2 for 17. They left 11 men on.
Although I will say the last 2 nights I've stung a number of balls with runners in scoring position. So, gotta create those opportunities, and we gotta make hay when we have those chances.
Max Fried gave up 4 runs over 6, and then the bullpen imploded again. 4 arms combining to give up 8 runs, 5 hits, 4 walks in 2 innings. Mets and Brewers postponed day-night doubleheader tomorrow. Knicks get a big man. They pluck Gershon Yabusele from the Sixers, 2-year deal, $12 million. Darren Waller's back, but not with the Giants. Sent to the Dolphins for a 6th-round pick as Waller comes out of retirement to join Miami. And the Rangers, a few moves. They signed Vladislav Garakov into a 7-year deal, $49 million. Brought back Will Cooley, 2 years, $7.8 million. They sent Keandre Miller to the Hurricanes for a 1st and 2nd-round pick. Miller gets an 8-year deal with Carolina at $60 million. 75 degrees, still raining in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Hey. Hey, new Darren Waller. He's back. Mm-hmm. What else? Okay. Get him done.
Get ball target. I'm the biggest one.
New Darren Waller. New Miami Dolphin. 888-808-1019. The surprise that I had when I said, oh, wait, what happened here? Darren Waller traded. I thought he retired after the whole thing with Kelsey Plum. Remember he put that track out for Kelsey Plum, like breaking up with her? Like they were married. Didn't work out because he was in Vegas with the Raiders. She was in Vegas with the Aces. He got traded to New York. Then he hit the auto-tune. He was out there like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I would love to meet Darren Waller. I'd love to be in the booth with Darren Waller, be in the studio with him. John Gruden was hyping him up and put a video out. The Dolphins are acquiring former Giants tight end Darren Waller for a 2026 sixth-round pick. I guess the music checks weren't hitting over the last 2 years, and he was like, I got 2 more years in the league. I got to get this money up. I got to get this bread up. So the Giants are like, yeah, whatever. A 6th-round pick? Sure. Sure thing. And then, obviously, the Dolphins traded away Jonnu Smith. The Dolphins traded away Jalen Ramsey. The Dolphins, my take on the Dolphins is like, you know, they made a trade with the Steelers. They are the opposite of the Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers, 6 trophies, a team that does get to the playoffs a lot, has been to the playoffs. The Dolphins never go to the playoffs, or when they do go to the playoffs, they never win. And so that deal, when I saw that deal come through yesterday, I'm like, what are these Yinzers doing? I think the Steelers are going all in. The Steelers are trying to make a push around Aaron Rodgers. What a year this is going to be for the NFL. Jets fans are going to be watching Aaron Rodgers from week 1 when he plays against the Jets on, hoping that he does not ball out with the Steelers, that there's not greener pastures, that the grass is not greener than it was with Gang Green. What if Aaron Rodgers actually does go and light it up with DK Metcalf and Jonnu Smith and Jalen Warren? And now they've got Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay on the other side of the ball. Like the Steelers are pushing their chips in with Mike Tomlin, and they're saying, we think we can win. We think we can get to the Super Bowl this year. And the Dolphins are like, yeah, whatever. We'll take Minkah Fitzpatrick back. Minkah Fitzpatrick, the pride of St. Peter's Prep in Jersey City. Roll Tide. Played with Tua. Reunited. 2nd tour with the Dolphins. And now they bring Darren Waller in, who Darren Waller's like, party in the city where the heat is on. Going to Miami. 305. That's going to be great. He's going to play in Hard Rock Stadium. He's going to perform at halftime. I remember making jokes about Candelita and how Candelita performed for the Mets on that Friday night. I'm like, could you imagine Darren Waller playing in MetLife Stadium Sunday Night Football? 888-808-1019. We need football, man. We need it. Through this bad stretch of baseball with the Mets and the Yankees, I'm ready for football. Just like that. Isn't it funny how that works? You go through a little bit of a June swoon. You get to July, and you're like, yeah, okay, I can do football now. Yep, start it up. Inside training camp, NFL Network taking us to all the training. Yep, send it. I could do it. But yeah, let's get back to talking about the Knicks. Let's get back to talking about the Yankees because that's where we are right now. But yeah, any thoughts about Darren Waller? I also think it's going to be interesting for the Giants fans. Obviously, the Jets fans are going to be watching Aaron Rodgers, hoping that he doesn't perform better than he did last year. But now, add a 3rd guy to the Giants fans. The Giants fans have had to watch Leonard Williams, Julian Love, Evan Ingram, Xavier McKinney, Saquon Barkley. Now, this year, you're going to have to watch Daniel Jones as QB1 for the Colts and Darren Waller down there as maybe tight end 1 for the Dolphins. If he still has it, there's going to be a lot of looking over like, hey, remember this guy was over here?
doing a lot better over there. Why couldn't they get it done in New York? Why didn't it work with the Giants? Why didn't it work with the Jets? But the Giants and Jets got to make it work. There's enough talent on both teams, so they got to win some games. So at least right now, while everybody's 0-0, the prospects for the Jets and Giants seem a lot better. But I think there's going to be a lot of watching other teams and former players from the Jets and Giants and hoping that they don't do so well, especially if the Jets and Giants aren't winning games. 888-808-1019. The Yankees aren't winning games. They're 5-5 in their last 10. I mean, they beat the Oakland A's, but no one wrote home about beating the Sacramento A's, excuse me. And they've already dropped the first 2 games to the Blue Jays. Now they can't win this series. So if you go back, right, they've won 2 series out of their last 5. They lost to the Red Sox. They lost to the Angels. They beat the Orioles, lost to the Reds. That's 3 losses out of 4. They beat the Athletics. That's 5. And now they can't beat the Blue Jays. They can only split against the Blue Jays. When will it stop? Stop the bleeding. When will the Yankees just play a crisp, solid game from top to bottom and then do it again? Do it back-to-back days. Even in the Athletic series, it's like, okay, they were able to beat them 3-0, then they got smacked 7-0. And then they were able to beat them 12-5, and then they go into the Blue Jays game, lose that first game, second game. Even with the Reds, right, lose those first 2 games of the series. It's like they can win 2. Can we get a win streak together? Can we win 3 in a row? Maybe it'll happen when they get to Queens. Gary's in Waterbury on the Fan. What's up, Gary?
McFair the Cavalier. Yo, shouts to Big Zoo, Paulie, and Connor for always taking my calls. They always got my back. Foo Philly, Foo Soto, Foo Cashman. I used to be a big Foo Cashman guy, and that has to come back. That's on the table now. And this is my therapy. Like most of us callers, this is the daily therapy session. We got to air it out. And I do want to shout to the Fan. Yo, it's the birthday. You got to shout them out. Steve Summers, Mike and Chris, Joby, Jody Mack, Sid Rosenberg, Boomer and Craigie, Mark Malusis, Evan Robbins. Yo, you guys make the Fan the best, and you're included in there too, my dog. You know that. Yeah. But with the Yanks, nobody's jobs are ever on the line anymore. Their jobs are not on the line. They have nothing to lose at this point. When George was running the show, your job was on the line every day, and you were going to get replaced ASAP.
Thanks for the call, Gary. Wishing us happy birthday, throwing me into the pantheon of greats, and then just saying, like, I knew to cut you at what you just said. Not so much the George stuff. I always try to leave George out of it. It shouldn't take George Steinbrenner for there to be fear. It shouldn't take George Steinbrenner for them to have an urgency or not feel comfortable or feel like, hey, nothing is promised. But that's what I talk about. They don't fear the manager. They don't fear upstairs. They don't fear a general manager. They don't fear that they're going to lose their jobs because they're told it's okay. You'll get them next time. It's all right. It's just baseball. It's okay. Like you just heard Boone talking about, yeah, we've stung a couple balls. So what? The whole league is stinging balls and they're getting caught. That's why these guys run fast in the outfield and they can track the ball down. Like, it's not about stinging the ball. It's about making it happen. You guys leave runners on base at a ridiculous clip. It's not about stinging the ball. That's still LOB. That's still 2 for 17 with runners in scoring position. When you look at the box score, there's no stat that says stung the ball into the gap. It was caught by Miles Straw. You know, when I was listening to Jeter, Posada, Pettit, and those guys, like they asked him about shaving. They asked him about the clubhouse. And it just seemed like even these guys that are multiple time champions, Hall of Famers, greats, like they carried themselves with an air of like, yo, nothing is promised. We've got to perform day in and day out. Or we could be traded, or we could be benched, or we could be sent down, you know? And I don't think there's any fear like that with the Yankees. They're good. And they're good. Participation trophy era Yankees. Haven't won anything. Got embarrassed in the World Series. Oh, it happens. No biggie. To steal a line from Positive Tommy, no biggie. It's no biggie all the time with the Yankees. Oh, we'll get them next time. Oh, we're still in first place. Like Judge said that over the weekend, and it rubbed me the wrong way. He said some along the lines like, last I checked, we're still in first place, right? Like, yeah, not for long. Not for long, bro. Not for long. You're about to play 4 against the Toronto Blue Jays, and depending on what you do there, you might not be in first place still. It's a long season. We know. It's 162 games. They're on this other side of it, though. They've already played 81. And this stretch has gone on for too long. Gotta figure it out. Gotta get out of it. But ultimately, it's not going to change. It's not going to change because the voices aren't going to change. The leadership isn't going to change. Brian Cashman is the eternal GM. Accept it. They just gave Boone an extension because he got to the World Series. Lost. Brought Nestor Cortez in. Took Cole out. Had a team that couldn't hit, couldn't score, couldn't field. Wasn't ready for the moment. And the Dodgers team mocked him all offseason, but hey, let's bring him back because he is the manager of these Yankees. I've been saying it for weeks now. It's just so clear to see. Aaron Judge, Aaron Boone. Judge will have one manager until he's done. It'll be Aaron Boone. Boone did not manage anywhere else. He is the manager of the New York Yankees. I don't think he's going to manage anywhere else. He's going to be the Yankees manager and then be done. And I hope that they win one. I really hope that they are able to win. And that's part of what scares me. This is a window that's closing. As I talk about the Knicks, and we're still taking Knicks calls, we'll get back into it, 888-808-1019. Like, the Knicks put this team together with a small 2 to 3 year window. And I think they're in year 2 coming up with Mike Brown potentially as the head coach. And then after that, it's the next year, and then the East is going to change, and other teams are going to emerge, and who knows. The Yankees window really opened 2017. And it's kind of crazy that they're still in it. They've been to multiple ALCSs. They've gotten to the World Series, but they got to win one with the combination of Judge, Stanton, Cole, who's out this year. But then you add a Max Fried, you have a Rodon, you have Devin Williams this year. You add former MVPs like Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Bellinger, who are up there in age. Like, they got to win with these guys. And I don't see why this can't be the year. My hope is down. I wouldn't bet $1 on it right now. But, they have enough talent to get through the American League, and whoever is in the National League waiting for them, they could beat them in a 7-game series. But they got to get their act together. They got to tighten up the screws on this thing. They got to get some things right. And it seems like they're kicking the can down the road. It seems like on the day-to-day, it's just too much going through the motions, hoping things happen. And when they don't happen for you, that's just baseball. No, impose your will. You're the New York Yankees. They're supposed to fear you. Just like these Yankees don't fear the manager, nobody fears them. Nobody fears them. From the Blue Jays wearing red jerseys, and the red jerseys, I knew it today. I'm like, those red jerseys are going to give them power. We just lost to the Cincinnati Reds. We lost to the Red Sox. We lost to the Angels. All red teams. I got a bad feeling about this. Brian is in West Palm, back on the fan. What's up, Brian?
How you doing? I enjoy listening to you. You're a passionate Yankees fan like I am. I'm not going to repeat things. The Yankees need a third baseman. So, Aaron, make a trade. Cashman, if you're listening, or any of the front office of the Yankees, do Arenado, the third baseman for the Rockies, even Hayes' son with the Pirates. Jazz Chisholm is a second baseman. He's not a third baseman. Also, what is going on with our catches? You know what I'm saying? Maybe Ben Rice is the starter. His wells don't hit, and this catcher today, it was in 2 days catches interference.
Crucial.
He doesn't hit. The bottom of the lineup doesn't hit. What was the Yankees today? 1 for 12.
I mean, DJ had a couple hits, but they didn't turn into anything. Volpe had nada. Escara had nada.
I know. And the Yankee pitching's been good. Let me tell you something. Leiter and Ian Hamilton are burnt out. I think they've been pitched too much. Why today don't you leave the starter in? Just like the other day with Rodon. He wasn't that tired. He could have won another inning. You know what I'm saying? Why can't Yankee pitchers go 7 innings? I mean, I grew up watching Ron Guidry and...
Yeah, the game has changed. They have an imaginary bar at 100. I think Fried got to 99 pitches today. I knew he was done.
I know. Yeah. You want to know who's of the voice they miss? Who's really the voice of the Yankees in the clubhouse? Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole is a miss a lot, not just on the field, but off the field. I guarantee he'd be in there saying, listen, guys, get your act together.
He's got a little bit of a Kermit the Frog voice. Thanks for the call, Brian. But I think he's got a ton of respect, and I think he speaks up, and I think he commands the room when he says things. It's Judge, who I don't know. I always say Judge doesn't strike me as a rah-rah guy. Judge is a lead by example guy. Stanton might be more the rah-rah guy, but what is Stanton doing right now? Stanton hasn't hit a home run yet. Stanton's not hitting extra base hits. For what Stanton was, what he gets paid, like in this lineup, he hasn't been that much of a threat. Jazz can't really say anything. Paul Goldschmidt is quiet. Belly is his first year here. He might be able to say something, but it's like they got to galvanize the troops, but maybe they can't. Volpe's in a bad one. I don't know who can get to Volpe. And JC Escarra, like we've defaulted into JC Escarra catching back-to-back days, and back-to-back days he commits errors. He has a catcher's interference at terrible times. Like, come on, bro. The little things become big things when you're losing. The little things become glaring. But yeah, I had no problem taking Fried out. My problem is, why is it Mark Leiter Jr.? Why is he in such good favor? Why is he in like the circle of trust? He's been out. Why is it that Mark Leiter Jr. is the guy that they feel like they can pitch multiple, like how he threw 20-some pitches against the Reds. They brought him out the next day. He threw 19 pitches yesterday, brought him out. I'm like, there's some other pitchers, like 19 pitches, those guys won't pitch for days. And yeah, you're right, Brian, about Ian Hamilton and Mark Leiter Jr. Those guys are cooked. They are burnt out. Ian Hamilton has not looked like the Ian Hamilton of last year before he got hurt in the World Series. They need to add some people to this bullpen, and not Jeff Hartlieb and not JT Brubaker. But that's what they do. They go get the Michael Tompkins and the Tim Mazes of the world, and they try to steal outs. They try to get by like that, and they get got. Because the other team over there, they've got hitters. The other team over there, they've got a manager, too, that's going to pinch hit guys. That's going to say, okay, yeah, this guy go now. And they're ready. They're ready to attack. And it seems like the Yankees too many times, that's a big thing that's different from the past. The Yankees in the past is right now I'm watching, Yankeeography in here with young Bernie, and they're talking about 96. And, I was too young to really remember, but, I just was at David Cohn's golf outing last year, and it was Bernie, it was Wade Boggs, Joe Girardi, forget who else was there. And Tom Verducci was talking about with these guys, their era, they were never out of it. It was only a matter of time. In Yankee Stadium, if you're playing in Yankee Stadium and they've got last licks, they're coming back. They were never out of a game. They were clutch. They would fight. They would scratch and claw their way back. So even if you did go up 2-3 runs, the game's not over. Those Yankees were never say die Yankees. They felt like they were supposed to win every game. We play today, we win today. That's it. Moose in Jamaica on the fan next. Welcome back, Moose.
You're Keith, what it do?
You're, hanging out, talking.
Loser ass baseball teams. Anyway, like I've been iterating on the fan for like the past 3 days, guys, we have to get used to the fact that ever since 2015, the StatCast era, the infusion of analytics, exit velocity, based on the fact that these pitchers are throwing 95 to 100 plus with crazy movement, insane break on the off-speed pitches, and pinpoint accuracy most of the time if they don't overthrow it and hit the batter. Ever since that 2015 StatCast era, every single team that has won the World Series, from the Royals to the Dodgers last year, emphasize these points when it comes to hitting. The days like you mentioned, like C-Mac mentioned to me yesterday, of just poking it to the other side, I would love to see it, because you remember those days watching a random Yankee game at home from school in the summer, and you just see Bernie Williams get a clutch 2-run single in the bottom of the 7th. We take the lead. Mariano shuts the door. Those days are gone. We just have to get used to the fact that Aaron Boone's going to keep mentioning excellent swings, competitive at bats, good exit velo, driven that ball well, just didn't fall, bad luck.
We're just going to have to get used to that because that's how baseball is played now.
We are
Players
used to
run
it.
the world.
It's been going on for a long time, man. And when we go through these June swoons, we go through these losing streaks, losing series after they started so well, it's a reality check. And where we get stuck at is where we are now. Are they more like the team that started the season in April and May, or is this who they actually are? Are they just has it worn off? And now that we're actually in the season where no one can say it's early, no one can say, like, is this their identity? And it is their identity because even with new players on the team, it's the same thing every year.
There is a bit of correct, like a bit of you hit on the point that there is somewhat of a roster construction problem. Regardless of how much I or you love Oswaldo Cabrera, is he a bona fide third baseman, threat in the order? Not necessarily. We didn't replace that.
No,
yes,
but
Bellinger and
as far as Cabrera, I said it the other day, he is missed because Cabrera always had a smile on his face. Where sometimes when you're going bad, a guy that does not get affected, like Cabrera doesn't get mad. He smiles. His energy is missed. He's a third baseman. He was getting an opportunity to play third base where, like, if he was available,
and succeeding.
You wouldn't need Jazz there. You could play him there.
Yeah.
And then also he was clutch. He would come up with some hits, and he also could run the bases where he would give you a spark. So Cabrera is missed. And honestly, in the offseason, they could have addressed third base, and they felt like, no, we're good. And they told us, Boone was right in the studio and told us that they had the option of DJ, Cabrera, and Peraza. Not in that order, but they had those three options to work with. And now that Cabrera is gone, they put Jazz back there, and that wasn't in any of the plans.
Mm-hmm. That's what injuries do. But the roster consumption, and I'll end my call with this. Yes, the plan B, the pivot was good, but it's not like we might still be the class of the AL, but aren't we probably the fifth or sixth best team in all of baseball, considering how the season has played out so far and how certain teams in the NL might outclass us in a world?
Sure. I mean, anybody can say that the National League is better, but I don't care about that. They have to get through the American League. And when they get to the World Series, if they get to the World Series, it's baseball. Anybody can beat anybody. So the National League can be better than the American League all year. But in that one series, they might not be better for 5 games, 6 games, 4 games, whatever it takes, So like, I don't know. I don't worry about that. People want that's what people use with the Mets. The Mets playing a tougher in the National League. It's not even close, right? Like, I guess. But
I'm not necessarily trying to,
I know you're not trying to make it about the Mets.
I'm just preparing myself for the letdown that I've experienced for the past 17 years. Thanks for taking my call, Keith.
I'm used to it. Thanks for the call, Moose. I don't even have to prepare for the October letdown. I'm used to it. What I have to prepare for is to not get up for it, not to get so hyped for it, not to like set myself up for failure, like let my emotions get the best of me, thinking like maybe this is the year. They're showing you right now. They are who they are who you thought they were. Someone shows you who they are, believe them, man. And the Yankees are showing you again and again that they will die hard on their trades, on their contracts, and their decisions. And they'll accept it. And they'll go through the motions and lose games. They should have 50 wins. They should have 50-something plus wins. I know in the beginning of the season, I remember being like, they should have already had 25 wins, 30 wins by now. They've left so many wins on the table. They've blown so many games. I think I saw a stat like they're 12-17 in one-run games. They can't win those extra inning games. So right now, if you look at the standings, the Yankees have 48 wins. They're 48-37. Same exact record as the Mets. The Cubs have a better record than them. The Phillies have a better record than them. The Dodgers have a better record than them. So that's 4 teams in the American League that have a better record than the Yankees. And that only leaves 2 teams in the American League, the Detroit Tigers and the Houston Astros, with a better record than the Yankees. Both are at 50 wins, plus the Detroit Tigers have 53, the Astros have 50. I wouldn't want to see either one of them in a series. And you know what people are going to tell you? Oh, Keith, the Tigers, they got to come to Yankee Stadium. Yeah, I've seen them come to Yankee Stadium years ago. The Miggy Cabrera, Justin Verlander, those guys. But, like, Tarek Skubal exists. You don't want to dance with him. You don't want to be in a series where you got to face him twice. You're not winning those games. It's going to be a long night for you. He can pitch the whole game. They don't have to go to the bullpen. And now they have a guy like Gleyber Torres over there. You think Gleyber won't have revenge on his mind? And they have a bunch of other guys in the mix, and they have a good manager, AJ Hinch. He's outmanaged Boone before. So I don't know, man. I just look at it like this. They need to add some different people to that clubhouse to shake the room. If all the losing in June hasn't gotten to them yet, now some injuries are hitting, and they're still doing some of the same things, it is who they are. How does it change? It's not going to change until they change the players. They got to add some different guys to the bullpen. They got to add at least a third baseman and shake some stuff up. They're not going to bench Volpe. They're not going to send anybody down, and they've defaulted into J.C. Escara catching because Wells is hurt and Ben Rice isn't ready to catch every single day. So you just got to deal with it. You just got to accept it. 888-808-1019. When we get back, we got a Mets call on the line. We got some Yankee calls on the line. I'm running out of time, so let's break it down. When we come back, we'll continue to take your calls on the baseball stuff. I'll mix in some other things. Usually when we get to 11, it's open mic, so I'll queue up some stuff for 11 o'clock that we haven't touched on yet either. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be back right after this.
We might be 38 years old, but we don't act our age. But at some point on today's radio program, you're going to want to keep it.
All right, yo. Fans, opposing teams, and ex-Yankees all speak about problems with the organization that don't get addressed by leadership. Yeah, because they're good. We're all stupid. The Yankees don't win the World Series under Boone's years, and we don't win it this year. Why would we cut off the ability to explore our options after 2025? Because they don't want to. They think it's all good. They make excuses for themselves. Based on Yankees run differential, they should be 53-32. Yeah. Yeah. They've left probably more wins than that off the table. Not saying fire Boone, nor am I saying it's his fault. But what did Boone do to deserve the extension? Like, why wouldn't the Yankees let it ride? Yeah, because he got back to the World Series. This team ended the drought as far as World Series appearance, but they had a terrible showing, an embarrassing showing in that same World Series. So I don't know what to tell you, man. It ain't good. Yo, what up? Yeah, I think this. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna say it's dang good shit. Yup, and now Weaver isn't right. We'll talk about that. Like, did they rush Weaver back? But they also are throwing him in. They've thrown him in some tough spots. Like, yup, you're ready to go. Good, save us. Do what you did before. They should. They're trash, bro. What was Chang's fortune cookie talking about? Some of y'all just be odd, bro. Some of y'all just be weird online, bro. I don't understand it. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. I wouldn't bet $1 on it right now. Something's got to change. Something's got to change. Let me see what else I can find out here. Do I have the scores up? Let's see. Padres Phillies got postponed. Tigers Nationals got postponed. The Rays won. All-Star voting phase 2 ends tomorrow. I need to get some push-ups. Oh. Oh. Mets will play at 110 and 7:10. No, I skipped the post game. I had to come in here.
Keith McPherson on the Fan, KM to AM, a 5-hour sports talk show. It's a sprint, not a marathon. We're almost there. And it wasn't even 5 hours today because the Yankee game went late. You know, those Canadians had their Canada Day, and they said, we're going to start the game half an hour late. And then, of course, there was a bunch of pitching changes and runs scored. And, you know, of course, the Yankees puked all over themselves again and took another L. So it took a little while. I don't think my show started until like 7:45, closer to 8. But we're rolling. 888-808-1019 if you want to get on and talk to me. If you want to say something to the great listeners of WFAN on our 38th birthday, do so now. And we'll get back to the phones. We're talking baseball. When are we not? The Mets are off tonight because of the rain. I feel like Mother Nature is on their side, gave them a added off day. They got a little weekend right here. They got back-to-back off days to kind of really clear their minds and think about what they want to do and how they got to get out of this. And the doubleheader will be tomorrow. They will play at 1:10 and 7:10 p.m. And what I said earlier about it, like, it's tough to win a doubleheader, but if the Mets win the first game of the doubleheader, they'll feel better about their chances, I think, to take both. Man, you take both, you take the series, and you'll be feeling great about that back at home where the Mets have played very well, back at home where you also go into a series against the Yankees where, like, this is a really get-right test for the Mets, and it's going to be hard to do. You know, the pitching is banged up. The pitching hasn't been good, but you got to hit in the comfort of your own ballpark. That's what it is. Your lineup has to come through. The guy's got to keep hitting, or the guy's got to hit, and Juan Soto's got to keep hitting, and maybe drive in some runs with runners in scoring position. But I think that this little stretch here is a little bit of a godsend. You know, I just saw the Braves lost So the Braves are now 38-46 and have fallen below the Marlins for 4th place in the National League East. A team that just, swept the Mets and then split a series from the Mets. I know I was joking about how the Mets were breathing life into the Braves. They're not going to do anything. But the Mets still have a lot of opportunity to win the division or be a wild card team or get back to the postseason. And you just got to believe that they can do that back-to-back years. And now is the time to try to right the ship before we head into the All-Star break, where the second phase of All-Star voting is hitting right now, too. I think tomorrow, less than 24 hours left. I'll get you guys the rankings of where we are with the All-Star voting. I think Lindor, Alonso, Juan Soto, and maybe I'm forgetting one other name. But I'll pull that up and reveal to you who's in this second phase of voting most likely going to be in Atlanta for this All-Star game coming up in a couple weeks. Let's go to Troy and Ronkonkoma on the Fan. What's up, Troy?
What's up, Keith? How you doing? I'm coming back from trivia from the bar. Devastating loss tonight. I've got Yankee fans in my ear. How are we going to set up for this Subway Series? How is Juan Soto going to win us this Subway Series?
Devastating loss in trivia? Like you didn't do well? You didn't have a good showing?
We lost by 2 points in trivia tonight. It was tough. We were right there the whole night. Blockbusters of the 2000s. That's what fell us apart.
Tough. It's going to take you a while to get over that. You'll probably be thinking about those questions all week. How is Juan Soto? The stage is set for Juan Soto, right? This is how Juan Soto gets to flip it. There will be no, Yankee fans turning their back. There will be no all-out boos and F. Juan Soto chants. And Juan Soto just had the best month of his career. They said the second best month of his career. He had an 1196 OPS. He hit 11 home runs. And he's got to turn those home runs into 2-run, 3-run grand slams and not solo shots. He's got to be able to capitalize with runners in scoring position. I just was saying the Mets got a hit, man. The pitching is in shambles. I had a stat here from BetMGM that this is the biggest pitching collapse in MLB history. Before June 12th, the Mets were first in team ERA. Since June 13th, they're 30th in team ERA. It's crazy how they just can't pitch anymore. Injuries hit, and guys aren't so good coming out of that lab. The offense has to carry the weight.
And that's the only problem. As long as people get in front of Juan Soto, he's going to answer the bell. And he's got nobody to doubt him at his home ballpark. And that's the best part.
Yeah, it's New York, though, so they'll be mixed in. Hey, don't take that loss too hard, Troy. I don't do trivia. I duck trivia. My brain's not set up like that. I know a couple things about sports, but when it's in line to do sports trivia, it's like you think too much. I did this thing with Babita Tailgate. And actually, I need to hit them because we recorded it like right before opening day. Me, Justin Shackle, and I forget the guy from Babita Tailgate. We did like baseball Jeopardy. And then we did sports Jeopardy. And the anxiety that I felt during the whole thing, I'm like, this is not my lane. Answering questions like this, it's not my lane. I'm like, they're going to be like, this guy doesn't know ball. I got to text them and be like, yo, when is that coming out on YouTube? When are you guys going to release that? That's just been in the tuck. But here it comes. Juan Soto has the opportunity to be the hero. Juan Soto has to stay hot. Juan Soto has the opportunity to get some revenge on, the Yankee fans and the Yankees. He did nothing in that first series. He's got to be able to hit. He's got to bring his bat, some extra base hits, the fielding as well. Better be ready to field his position. And people will remember this one more than the first one. The first one seems so long ago now. And both teams are absolutely struggling, scuffling. I saw SNY put out the Mets and Yankees had 2 of the 3 best records in baseball entering play on June 13th. June 13th is just like, even with the pitching, everything changed on Friday the 13th in Citi Field. But the records were 45 and 24, 42 and 25, respectively. The Mets had a little bit better record. Since then, the Mets are 3 and 13. Since then, the Yankees are 6 and 12. It's got to change. They got to break out of it. These are 2 of the top 4 teams at the end of last year, right? Both went to the championship series. These are 2 of the top 4 teams in payroll spending. This is the biggest market. Something's got to give. And maybe they got to meet each other in the Subway Series, look eye to eye this upcoming weekend, July 4th weekend, and raise their level of competition. And then whoever comes out of it, hopefully both, regardless of who wins the series, hopefully both right the ship and can, kind of like push forward into the All-Star break, not limp into the All-Star break, and then come out of it, get some additions at the deadline, and then we're pushing towards October with our fingers crossed. Let's go to King George in the Bronx on the fan next. What's up, King George?
Live long and prosper. K-Mac, the man who's always ready to attack. And if it ain't rough stuff, it wasn't him.
Hey.
So, I'm getting tired of these people wanting to get rid of Boone. Who are you going to get, Joe Torre? Who's out there?
No. But that's a great point. I said that the other night. I'm like, there is no replacement for Cashman. There is no replacement for Boone. One, if Cashman, if the Yankees fired Cashman, they would need Cashman to hire the next Brian Cashman. Also, if the Yankees fired Aaron Boone, they would just put somebody similar to Aaron Boone in his spot.
Yeah, so live with it for this year. I never knew one person who put a fox in the hen house and had chickens left.
Wait, a fox in the hen house?
Yeah, you put a fox in the hen house to guard the hen. There's not going to be any chickens left.
The fox is going to scare out all of the chickens? Or eat them?
The fox is going to get fat.
Okay.
The fox is going to get fat. So if you get rid of Boone, who's coming next? Really?
The next guy that's going to do their bidding and take care of the players in the media and have these pregame meetings and come up with these lanes and these lineups, and they're going to roll with that guy that's going to be in line with their philosophy and thinking and not push back on that. And you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just going to be the next guy that is going to be in lockstep with the front office.
Yeah, but this year don't make sense.
Yeah, well, he's not going to get fired this year. None of them get fired. People were calling for James Rawson's head these last couple of weeks. They're not going to fire the hitting coach. They did that 2 years ago. They fired Dylan Lawson. They're not firing any of these guys. They're not firing the catching coach because J.C. Escar's got catcher's interference. The players got to play better. The players got to break out of it, and they need to wake up. They're going through the motions too much. There's too many players who are like, come on now. Like, again?
Yeah. In my neighborhood, in the ballpark, they got jacked up for those plays.
Dan, there's no fear of that. They don't even fear the bleacher creatures and the fans heckling them and getting booed or any of that. It's all good. Thanks for the call, King George. That's where we're at. Don't yell at Ketel Marte, which you guys heard about that story, right? And I think a lot of us ran to Ketel Marte's aid because, he's dealing with the death of his mother. But like after more stuff came out, the young man that like got banned from all the stadiums, he made a joke and Ketel Marte said what he heard was, I sent your mama text last night. The kid was making a yo mama joke. I don't think he actually knew the history and background of Ketel Marte was in Chicago, the same city that he was heckling him in when he lost his mother tragically in a car accident. But Ketel Marte broke down and cried on the field, and they kicked the fan out. And it became this whole thing where people were having think pieces about fans are too rough. That's not too rough. That's just a coincidence. But with the Yankees, right, we were hearing that a couple years ago. Oh, some players don't want to play in New York because the fans are too tough on them. Joey Gallo couldn't walk the streets. Yeah, because you were a whole bum. This is New York. It's hard for all of us to exist here. Y'all are the ones making millions of dollars. Of course, we're going to show up there. It costs $45 to park. If you want a good seat in there, it's $150 plus. Yeah, like it comes with the territory. But when you do well, you get love. When you do well, you are a god. When you win, we're still waiting on y'all to win. Go win the World Series. See how you're treated then. You're immortalized. 888-808-1019. Avery's in Manhattan. Next up on the fan. What's up, Avery?
Hey, Keith. Happy birthday to WFAN.
Happy birthday to WFAN. 38 years old. Still rocking.
So I want to, you just named a bunch of stats that I was going to name about the scoring position woes. But, if you want to even simplify it further than that, further than the numbers, it's quite literally, and I'm as the promo says, scroll into the box scores, right? You're balancing work, life, and scores box scores. It's So let's say you're in a situation where Judge is doing one of those things where he strikes out, right? Like Goldschmidt, Bellinger, Chisholm, whatever. They get on base. And then you got to deal with Stanton, who's going to strike out. Dominguez is going to come in. He might get on. But then it's Volpe, Escara, LeMahieu. This lineup, it's ineffective if you're trying to spark a rally. If everybody's approach, and we can talk about the same thing over and over again, right? But it's still true. If everybody's approach with runners on is to hit the ball on the screws. I mean, the fact that 1 out, 2 outs, no outs, and you got runners at first and second, runners on the corners, and every single time you're leaving them on base. Every single time, I don't see anything to show that there's actually a different approach being conjured up in the clubhouse or in the locker room, whatever, in the manager's office, what have you, at all. And I knew that the Blue Jays were going to come out firing on all cylinders today. Didn't you see them in their red jerseys on Canada Day? They looked like they were going to have the time of their life.
Oh, of course.
Springer. Of course it's going to be Springer, right? It's either going to be Vladdy or Springer. Who else?
Yeah, Springer knocked himself out of the game, sliding his Adam's apple into Jazz's knee the first game. He came back with a vengeance in the second one.
But that's Springer, right?
That's what he does. He's a Yankee killer. I've seen it in the Astros uni. The kid is from Connecticut. He turns it on for the Yankee games.
But then the whole idea of the fact that, like, it's so hard because it's just one of those things, like, nothing's going to happen to change it. Nothing's ever going to fix it. And nor am I going to hop on the train of the Boone firing. I don't want that. I've told you that before.
But it's not happening. So anybody calling for the Yankee fans been calling for his job for 8 years. They're not firing him. They just extended him.
But I guess it's what else can you say? Not what else can you do, because there's some things that the Yankees can do, but as fans, what are we to say? Because we're watching the same trash, and we see that the same exact things are happening. The Stanton strikeout, the Volpe strikeout. You know what I'm saying? So every single time, since the notorious June 13th, as I saw online, it's going to be the same thing with leaving runners on if they don't change their approach. The other thing that's plaguing them right now is the bullpen. And I was driving for a bit during the game, and I heard Susan Waldman talking to Dave Sims and saying, and she said this a lot, and they say it on Yes too, it feels like Mark Leiter Jr. and Tim Hill are being used every day. Yeah, because who else are you going to use? Basically, I guess the terminology that Yankee fans like to use is the circle of trust, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now that Fernando Cruz is out of that circle of trust, it's really who can you trust? The fact of the matter is, the way I look at it, in your 8-spot bullpen, or I guess if I'm looking at this right now, yeah, it's 8 people in your bullpen. You've got 2 spots, 2 arms in that pen that aren't supposed to be there. So essentially, you're juggling a 6-arm pen, and maybe 5 of those arms are reliable at best because Hamilton can really struggle to find the zone sometimes. So you have to pitch Leiter and Hill every day, and Hill's your only lefty. So if you're talking about lanes for your left-handed pitcher, that's your only lane for him. I mean, every lane for a lefty, they're going to put Hill in, I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't bring Hill in every time the bases are loaded. So when the next pitcher comes in and he can't find the zone, you run out of bullpen arms. I'm waiting for that bullpen arm to be acquired. At this point, I don't care if it's some Joe Schmo off the street that no one ever heard of. I trust that the Yankee pitching lab can turn him into something.
Somebody
if they can find what they're
effective.
looking for.
Somebody that's going to pitch. Not walk guys, throw strikes.
Right, but if he has, like, the Cruz splitter, for instance, that they turned, he was giving up a lot of home runs last year in Cincinnati. Now he's striking everybody out with that splitter. Now, granted, he hurt himself stretching with a medicine ball, but they found something with him that they could use to turn him into this highly trustworthy reliever. They do this all the time. So, you put him in the lab, you turn him into an effective pitcher if that's, what you have to do. I'd love the enforcer, though. I'd love to get somebody that says, hey, we care about our bullpen. We want to make a statement, and we want to become a more competitive roster. And I guess they're going to have to solve all those problems at the deadline.
Yeah, can I get somebody that throws 99? Can I get somebody that comes in and throws hard to put some fear in these guys' hearts? Can I get somebody with a little bit of fire and emotion? Like Ian Hamilton too many times looks like he doesn't want to be out there. Mark Leiter Jr. looks like he knows he's cooked. And other than that, Tim Hill has been solid, but you overused him. You overused Fernando Cruz. Now we're relying on Jeff Hartlieb and JT Brubaker because you can't use
2 that aren't supposed to be there.
Yeah, and because you can't use Luke Weaver and Devin Williams, your end of the game 8th, 9th inning guys, and even Luke Weaver, bro. I feel like they rushed Luke Weaver back because of the situation they're in. Luke Weaver hasn't been the same since he's been back. He's had some moments because he's Luke Weaver, but he was supposed to be out 6 weeks with a hamstring, and they brought him back, and they have I know they don't believe in any soft landing spots, but they have thrown him into some spots where they're like, hey, be what you used to be what you were before this, and it hasn't worked out.
Yeah, I mean, they need an all-star break as much as the Mets do. And I hope that, even with that, and then you have to remind yourself again, Devin Williams can't pitch more than 1 inning, right? So if there's restrictions on these guys' limits, then you can only extend so many guys in your bullpen. So really you become limited, and it starts to drag on. And the starting pitching, they've been formidable. I mean, they've been good, right? They've been stable. I think that Max Fried did a good enough job today. The Yankees scored 4 runs. Then they scored a 5th. So, you know what I'm saying? They have to figure out a way to balance it out for the rest of the game, but that's how it is.
Yeah, they need the break. Thanks for the call. They need the All-Star break, the trade deadline, and they've had just some rough goes at it. Jake Cousins not being able to come back, even De Los Santos going down. Now Cruz goes down, Yarby goes down. They're running into some injuries. They can't afford to lose another guy right now without being able to add somebody, or they're going to be dumpster diving. They're going to be bringing in the clearance rack guys that are available. That those guys aren't going to help you do anything. All right, we got a break here. 888-808-1019. But the Yankee report put out, back to June 13th. Since June 13th, the Yankees offense, batting average, last. On base percentage, 29th. Slug, last. OPS, last. Weighted runs created plus, last. Oh, they're the worst in baseball. They're doing pretty bad in, this stretch here from June now into July. All right, open mic time. Last hour of the show. I'll sprinkle in some other things, but everything is on the table, taking you to midnight. Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM returns right after this.
Paying all those streaming services and getting your meals from a vending machine?
All right. We can do that. You send it, I'm assuming, to McPherson brand. Yeah, I got it. I'll answer tomorrow, I guess, at some point. Isn't Volpe the next Jeter? Where are those people? Nobody said that. I don't know what. You can't find audio of one person saying that. People just like to say it now. Nobody's the next Jeter. Correct. Yeah, that 2019 team had a lot of backups playing that were actually serviceable, though. Like that year, I started calling them replaced for 28 because like they got value out of Mike Tauchman, Mike Ford, Cameron Maben, Breivik Valera played. Tyler Wade played. You know what I'm saying? Luke Voigt, Gio Urshela. Like that year, they were good. DJ LeMayu was getting MVP votes. Like that year, they were good, and it was just like unexpected. Is anyone being told what to do? Is anyone being told what to do at the plate? No. Like these are professionals. They have hitting meetings, but like I don't think they're going out of the dugout. Boone's like, hey, try and drive a single here. Like they're having at bats. Like, all right, Jazz decided to bunt yesterday, which a lot of us were like, what the you're the hottest hitter right now. We need you to drive in runs. But he thought left-handed pitcher with my speed just didn't execute. But even, Boone told him after, hey, I'd like to see you compete there. But you know what it goes back to? All of the situations that they couldn't lay down bunts, that they couldn't execute a bunt in, that's in Jazz's head. Oh, I can get it done now. Try and move the runner. No. How about you hit a home run? How about you hit a double off the wall? Hoping that these days off help Wells reset. Yeah, he's got to figure it out, dude. I was saying, like, he was in the rookie of the year conversation last year. He was batting behind Judge. He was batting cleanup. Like, he had some big moments. He can hit for power. He's got to get his average up. He's got to figure it out. JC is like the JC story has expired. Nobody cares anymore. Yeah, I talked about it. They drafted the kid Yegor Demon because of his speed and because they are trying to find their point guard of the future. They reached for him. I like Michael Porter Jr. Let's see how he fits with the team.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Floppy and unable to come through in the clutch. Those have been two of the glaring issues as the Yankees continue to spiral. 12 losses now in 18 games. The Blue Jays exploded for 5 runs in the 7th, highlighted by a George Springer grand slam. He knocked in 7 in all in Toronto's 12-5 victory. J.C. Escarra, catcher's interference, wiped out a strikeout, loaded the bases for Springer, not to mention the infield defense, again, being spotty. Offense not helping. 2 for 17 with runners in scoring position. They left 11 men on, and the bullpen gave up 8 runs on 5 hits with 4 walks in 2 innings. Mets and Brewers postponed. They'll play 2 on Wednesday. Knicks a move. They agreed to terms with Gershon Yabusele, 2 years, $12 million. Darren Waller ended his retirement after 1 year. He's going to return with the Dolphins. Giants get back a 6th rounder for the 32-year-old. And the Rangers busy. They signed Vladislav Gavrikov, 7 years, $49 million. Brought back Will Cooley, 2 years, just under $8 million. And then sent Keandre Miller to the Hurricanes for a 1st and 2nd round pick, along with 22-year-old Scott Morrow, as Miller then gets an 8-year deal at $60 million from Carolina. 73 degrees, still raining in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
this is the last hour I'm going to do. I'll get right out the way, I promise. Keith McPherson on the Fan, KM to AM, open mic time. You guys want to talk about the Rangers? I just heard Marco in the update. That's one thing that we didn't hit on. And you know me, I don't pretend to be Johnny Hockey, but the Rangers signed Vladislav Garakov to a 7-year deal for $7 million. What a steal. Only $1 million a year. Any Rangers fans feeling some type of way about that? Or the departure of Keandre Miller? They got all these guys out of here. I know I made a joke about Keandre Miller and Chris Kreider and Capo Caco. I was at Fanatics Fest and I saw Luke Hughes and Jack Hughes. And it was good to see them. They were able to kind of walk around without being mobbed. And I was like, well, it's good that the Devils are here. The Devils can show up to the Javits Center, but all the Rangers got shipped out west. There's no Rangers here. I didn't see any of the New York Rangers because they're not on the team anymore. They could have sent Igor or somebody. But yeah, that's it for Keandre Miller. And Rangers fans, how do you feel? Do you feel like the Knicks fans? You feel like you're making the moves so you can get back to prominence? You feel like you're doing what needs to be done? Do you believe in Chris Drury? Are you a Rangers fan?
I am a Ranger fan. Okay. I cannot stand what Chris Drury has done to this team over the past 3 seasons.
Oh, okay.
I'll start there. I think this man, and I will continue this, I think this man should have been fired after last season. I'm not talking this year that just ended. I'm talking when they lost in the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm saying this man should have been gone then. I came on the air, I came on here and I said that. I mean, the fact that he still has a job with this team after failing 3 times in a row with a team that was ready. I mean, listen, you could argue if they were good enough to win a championship or not. But the reality is they were a President Trophy winning team 1 year.
Yep.
They've been number 1 seed multiple times. They have some of the best players of the last 20 years.
Winning streaks, 10-game winning streaks.
Exactly. Artemi Panarin might be the best. I mean, one of the best scorers or points total guys in the history of the Rangers. Kreider, another guy. I mean, they had every single thing they need. Igor. This team was set up to win a championship over the last 3 years. And what does he do? Every single time at the deadline when he needed to put this team over the top, he failed miserably every single time. And why did the Rangers lose each time? The same thing with the Yankees, same thing with the Knicks. Well, not the same thing, but it's the same problems every single year coming up again to bite you in the ass.
Yeah.
And when you have those issues, and I know you feel it, I mean, I don't know if you 100% feel this way, but I know a lot of Yankee fans feel this way. I know some Knicks fans will eventually get there too, maybe after this season. But when you have this many failures and it's for the same reason every single time, that shows you your GM doesn't understand what the actual job is. He doesn't understand what's wrong. He doesn't understand how to beat these teams. And maybe there aren't guys that you can get, but there has to be at least 1 or 2 guys that can beef up the physicality. And hopefully this guy does. Hopefully they got a defenseman here who's actually a defenseman. No offense to any of the guys that have been here over the past 6 years, and I'm talking about all of them, not just Keandre Miller who got shipped out. All of these dudes, even Adam Fox to a degree, last year he fell off. These guys are not great on defense. And it's about time they start investing in dudes who are going to go out there and play some defense. And I think, yeah, this is a good starting point. But I heard a promo before Boomer talking about getting Connor McDavid. I mean, if Chris Drury pulled off that trade, I might have to take back what I just said.
Yeah, that name has been floating around with the Rangers for a while.
I don't think it happens.
Yeah, I don't think it happens either. He's got to stay the course with the Oilers, try and get back and hope that the Panthers aren't in the way. 888-808-1019. Yeah, man, it is kind of crazy. You know, speaking of the Panthers, I remember the only thing I really weighed in about the Panthers was seeing Brad Marchand come from the Bruins and add to that championship winning team and be a difference maker. There was one game that I watched where they had him, like, I don't know if he was mic'd up, but they had him. He came out of the locker room. I could just see his energy, and then it carried right into the game. And I'm like, bro, this guy is the factor. He's the X factor. And they went and got him at the deadline. And there's too many GMs that rest on, no, we've got enough. You got to add a difference maker at the deadline. Did the Knicks add a difference maker at the deadline this year? No, they didn't. They could have used one. Did the Yankees add a difference maker? They added Jazz. I'll give them that. But they didn't add enough. They didn't add enough. They didn't add enough to the bullpen. They didn't add enough to shore up the offense. They better do it this year. They better try. But I'm already setting myself up for – I'm not getting my hopes up for the deadline. Too many years we have our hopes up with this wish list of we need this, we need that. And then time expires, and it's like, oh, well, you're getting Gary Sanchez back. You're getting Edwin Encarnacion back. You're getting Matt Carpenter back. Not good enough. Ken is in Morristown, New Jersey on the Fan next. What's up, Ken?
Keith, I love you, but you're sounding like a Mets fan. So negative here. Listen,
sounding like
last year the Yankees. Last year,
the Met fan would take offense to that.
Yeah, you should. Last year, the Yankees, Cashman pulled all the right strings. They got to the World Series.
No, you can't say he pulled all the right strings when they got embarrassed in the World Series. So they got there.
Listen, 2 of the games they could have won, could have and should have won. Two of the games they should have won, that they lost.
But this is Major League Baseball. We're not playing horseshoes and hand grenades. Like, we got to win them. This is the Yankees. They're built off of winning the World Series, not getting to it. They didn't even acknowledge the win or not acknowledge winning the pennant and getting to the World Series this year.
Right. So you know how you make it different this year? You got to get rid of Boone. Okay? I know it's a wish. Put someone in there who has won before. Boone never won. His father never won. Okay? You got to put someone in there who knows how to win championship. Put Jeter in. Put anybody in who won with the Yankees in the 90s. Any of them. There's got to be one that will play. And then our starting pitching is great. No complaints there. We have an abundance of starting pitching. Use whatever you need to do to throw the kitchen sink to solve third base. You know where our third baseman is? He's in Cleveland. He'll be a perfect fit. Perfect fit for the Yankees. Give them whatever they want. Get Ramirez in.
Thanks for the call, Ken. I disagree. One, I can't sound like a Met fan. The Met fan, like the Yankees went to the World Series. I've watched the Yankees win 5 World Series. Yeah, I was a wee little lad in the beginning of them, but like I remember 2009, I was in college. And I remember thinking that, oh, yeah, well, we're going to win a bunch of more World Series. 16 years later, like, I guess I'm sounding like a Met fan because they're losing. I guess I'm sounding like a Met fan because they're not playing up to the standard that they set. And, like, that World Series sucked last year. It was cool to go. It was cool to, get some merch. I can't even wear that merch. I bought a bunch of World Series stuff, patches, hats. I knew not to buy too much clothing. I got a bunch of things, pins to, commemorate the World Series. Now I can't even look at it. I got a fresh-ass World Series hat with a pin on it that says I was there. It's just sitting in my house. I'll show my son one day if they never make it back to a World Series. I don't give them credit for the games that they should have won. They should have won game 1. And a lot of you will always blame Aaron Boone for that. So what you said next about they got to get rid of Aaron Boone, what fireable offense would they get rid of Aaron Boone for after they just read him up? He just got it. I remember being on the Fan. I was a day or two early. I said, it's coming. All signs were pointing to him getting a contract extension. They're not firing Aaron Boone. They're going to put Brad Ausmus in his spot. You said find somebody who won. They don't want that. They had an opportunity to bring in managers that had actually managed and won before. They didn't want that. They wanted their own fresh guy that they could build with that, would come up the way that they want to. And that's where we are. And going to get Jose Ramirez. Jose Ramirez signed a steal of a deal to stay in Ohio. There is no way in hell the Guardians trade that guy. Why would they? He's a steal. Why would they? When's his contract end?
He just re-upped. I think he's got like 8 more years, maybe, or probably less, maybe 6 or 7, but still.
He signed a 7-year, $140 million contract, which runs through 2028. Steal.
I mean, that is the most unbelievable.
It doesn't make any sense for Ohio. If you're in Atlanta, I understand Ozzie Albies and Acuna, we're in a good franchise. It's warm down here. We got a brand new spring training facility, brand new ballpark. Where else could I, want to be?
And they were kids when they signed it, right? So
they were young. You never turn down your first fortune. They put that much money on the table for you. You take it.
I mean, this is Jose Ramirez. This man was already established when he took this contract. He's already been an all-star MVP candidate, and they got him for that?
Yeah, give them whatever they want. They're going to want Spencer Jones, George Lombard, and maybe Jason Dominguez. Just give them all 3 of those guys for Jose Ramirez. No, there's other third basemen out there There's got to be another utility player out there. If it's not just a third baseman, a guy that's got more than a year of experience, more than a handful of games like Jazz does at the position. I don't know who that guy is. They need to go get him.
Now, I will say this: there might be an interesting out of the box kind of trade deadline move that the Yankees can go for. Maybe we should get a playbook from the Knicks into the Yankees here. Maybe you fire Aaron Boone, and then the plan is you're going to trade with Detroit and get AJ Hinch, just like the Knicks. We're going to get Jason Kidd. I mean, who knows? Maybe that's the trade deadline acquisition.
Yeah, we go ask the Dodgers for Dave Roberts. Go ask Tampa for Kevin Cash. We just go all the way around. Hey, Terry Francona, you want to leave Cincinnati and come? Nah.
Jose Ramirez and another coach and another manager.
Yeah, nah. Just if it was only that simple. It's simple for the Knicks. The Knicks create their own rules. They do whatever they want. They have since the beginning of time. And the Yankees should be creating their own rules a bit, but nah, man, I don't know. They have the right manager for this group. He's got to manage better, and they got to perform better, and they got to add some better talent to this team. Add some difference makers at the deadline. Don't prospect hug, and add some guys that can put this team over the top. Guys that can pitch, guys that can hit. And we'll see. We are starved for the next champion. We are starved for the next parade. I was on record saying I thought the Rangers were going to do it. And then the Rangers got ousted by Tampa, by the Devils, and by the Panthers. And that's all she wrote for the Rangers. Now they're in a rebuild. Ross is in Bergen County on the fan. What's up, Ross?
What's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm hanging out,
Yeah, the Rangers sure as hell aren't going to be the team to break that drought. I'll tell you that for sure. I'd put my mortgage on it, though.
The Panthers might win again next year. The Panthers might go three-peat.
They might win. They might win the next 6. And we're talking about a team just really quick, and I'll get to the Rangers. You know what's the funniest part about all this? You look at, you go down the lines of some of the recent teams to win championships, like multiple teams in the same state. The funny part is, like, Florida has been living under Tampa's shadow forever. And that's not even before the 2 COVID Cups. Like, Tampa, for like 5 years prior to that, was always winning the division, always like a top 2-3 seed in the East. And Florida was like the definition of irrelevant. And then all of a sudden, 2023 comes around, kind of, the universe never connects. You're just talking about Brad Marchand. Brad Marchand scored the series-altering goal in that first-round matchup. I don't even know if you remember 2023. Feels so far long ago. That was Boston broke the regular season record. Florida was the second wild card, and that was the first of their 3 consecutive Stanley Cup final appearances. They won the last 2, but Marchand got this run going on the other side, and the rest is history. Now he's with them, and he just signed a 6-year deal at like 38 years old. And hey, man, people are on the surface doesn't look like the best deal, but if he plays the way he played, the second half of this year, that may be all of a sudden one of the best contracts in the league. So Zito and them got it going, man. They're unbelievable.
Yep.
But like you're saying, it's basically a race to get to them. You're looking at a team like, you just talked about Keandre Miller, and it's kind of to add on to that point, kind of the end of an era. All 6 first-round picks in that 3-year stretch, 2017 and 19, have all now been traded. Keandre Miller being the last one going to Carolina. We got some solid capital back, but, kind of, full circle with that too. It's not going to mean anything if you don't know how to develop them, which is the majority is, set first-round picks. I'm kind of on the contrary with the Gavrikov deal. I know you just brought that up too. A lot of people like it. I kind of disagree, man. It's kind of apples to oranges, 2 different players. He got a lot more term than Kevin Shattenkirk a couple years ago, but that was a deal that was like nearly unanimously loved with the fan base, and he got bought out halfway through the contract. And I'm looking at a guy now who's like, widely known as like a defensive specialist. I don't know why he's getting 5 years of a no movement clause. It's just basically everybody on the roster, everybody and their mother on this roster gets a no movement clause for whatever reason. And that's why guys like Trouba and Goodrow got to get waived, and you got to find 1 out of 30 teams that are willing to take them when their contracts don't pan out. So this isn't Drury's worst offseason, which says a lot, but I couldn't agree with Zoom more, man. I think he probably should have been gone in 2023. Much less 24, but hey, man, I feel like they're in the worst spot. They're in hockey purgatory, and they're going to have to do a lot more than what they did to get out of it.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Ross. I don't know. New York is crazy, right? Because we saw the Giants lose 10 games in a row. Their GM, their head coach, safe. The Yankees, they go to the World Series, which they tell you all about their 27-time championships, and They celebrate how many World Series they have, and they lose it in terrible fashion, but everybody's good. The GM's good, the coach is good, or the manager's good, run it back. The Rangers did fire Gallant a couple years back and Laviolette, and now it's like, okay, how many coaches are you going to fire before the GM is showing the door? It's interesting because I'm leading up to the Knicks, who actually like went on the run that captivated the city the most. The one team that unites the city. There's all these Knicks fans, and they fire Tom Thibodeau after success, after getting further than he had in the past, after having the biggest upset in recent time around here and in the league. Like, it doesn't make sense. And people try to justify it. Oh, New York is crazy, man. You're on the hot seat. You're always on the hot seat. You never know. No one's safe. There's no real rhyme or reason to it. 888-808-1019. As calls are coming in, and I'm looking for different things out here in the sports world to bring to the table. I see Duncan Robinson signed with the Pistons, as we were talking about the Pistons being a potential threat. Duncan Robinson signs to a 3-year, $48 million deal. Does Duncan Robinson, a.k.a. Sheen, does Sheen scare anybody? I don't think so. I don't think Sheen is a player that the Pistons add where you're like, oh, here we go now. The Pistons are going to be in the way of the Knicks. It's wide open for them. And for the Yankees, everything I keep seeing online is just people like going in on Volpe. Now, here's a quote. Jazz Chisholm, after the game, asked about his defensive struggles at third base, says, everybody knows I'm a second baseman. Of course I want to play second base, but whatever it takes to help the team win. If that's what the team chooses, that's what I got to do. I don't write the lineups, you feel me? I'm playing every day, so it's hard to be upset. Yes, I know I'm a second baseman. Yes, I know I'm better at second base, but at the end of the day, I still have to play third. I just have to deal with it. So even Jazz is telling you, it's not my choice. It's not my decision, but I'm trying to be a team player. Yes, I'm better at second. Yes, I'd rather play second. And it's tough. It's hard to play the hot corner. I'm wearing A-Rod's number over here trying to do this. But it's not my choice. It's not my decision. I'm doing what's best for the team. I am playing every day, but I'm playing out of position. Lou is in Astoria on the fan. Oh, Lou, sorry, we got a break. Lou, stay there. Right as I went to you, Zoo hit me with the break. That's all good. The sooner we break, the sooner we can get back to it. I'm running out of time. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the fan, BRB.
This week on The Fan. Keep listening for your chance to score a pair to see Adam Sandler's You're My Best Friend tour coming to Madison Square Garden September 15th. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Brought to you by Live Nation. The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by Johnson & Johnson and Bristol-Myers Squibb. Stroke is a leading cause of death and disability worldwide, with over 12.2 million strokes occurring each year and 795,000 taking
All right, let's clear the chat, yo. Over 1,400 in the chat, man. Mad love, bro. Straight up. Like, appreciate y'all being in here, listening to my radio show, listening to the callers, talking amongst yourselves. If you're on YouTube, make sure you hit like. It just helps in the algorithm, helps people discover this channel. Also on the channel, I had the hater comments video. Tomorrow, we will put out the journal, the next edition of the journal video. And then I think Friday, we will go with the Subway Series vlog from the first Subway Series in the Bronx. So long form content coming to the channel, not just live streams. So let me see if I can get back to this. Yeah, so in my last one, and I want you guys to watch it because, you know, we worked on it. My boy Dalton, my guys from Smart Scaling Systems. If you go to this YouTube channel, here it is. Basically, it's me reading negative comments, hater comments on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube about myself. And I think it just gives a good perspective having someone like talk through like negative things being written about him. And the whole goal was for people to understand, like, yo, if you want to be anybody in entertainment, if you want to be known, if you want to be on the radio, TV, like this comes with the territory. So let's read negative comments from haters online, McPherson Brand channel. Let's get those views up to 350 tonight. When I'm done here, check out the long form content. Again, there's more on the way this week. All right, back to the show.
Young Moolah, baby. KM to AM, keep McPherson on the fan, bringing it home in this next 30 minutes. Thanks for listening to my 4 hour and like 15-minute KM to AM. We're talking about the Yankees all the time. This is the Yankees radio network. And, you know, when it bleeds, it leads. With the Yankees bleeding out, people rather talk about it. Like, it's tough to have a good, like, video on TikTok or Instagram take with the Yankees being so bad. Like, I'm looking at my stuff, it's not performing that great. Because, like, how much can you talk about the same things over and over again? I had a video do great when the Yankees were doing great, where I was, like, talking about Dominguez and Volpe and Goldschmidt and Belly and Rice and Grisham when they were all doing great. Like, people want to win. We want to be happy. We all love the team and root for the team and wear the team logo on us. And so in these rough stretches, we, you know, go through it just like the players are going through it, and we're waiting for them to come out. We're trying to figure out what they got to do. They're not going to fire the GM. They're not going to fire the manager. They're not going to bench the shortstop. And right now, they don't have anyone else to play third base. Jazz got to play third base. And right now, they also don't really have too many options at catcher. JC Escara is going to catch. So here we go, man. Let's take the rest of these calls. Again, it's open mic time. If there's something that happened in the sports world that I didn't bring up, go for it. We've talked around pretty much everything tonight. I don't think we hit on the WNBA. I think I did see that the Fever won the Commissioner's Cup. I'm not well versed enough in the WNBA, but I'm assuming that the Commissioner's Cup is like the NBA Cup, so it's like their mid-season tournament. Yeah, the Indiana Fever win the WNBA Commissioner's Cup and take home $500,000 without Caitlin Clark. Ooh, something's cooking up with the Indiana Fever. Didn't Sophie Cunningham just say, like, no one's excited about having to go to Detroit and Cleveland? Yeah, Fever star Sophie Cunningham on the WNBA expanding to multiple new cities over the next few years. She said, I don't know how excited people are going to be to go to Detroit or Cleveland. So, you know, anybody in Michigan, anybody in Ohio and that surrounding area of Detroit and Cleveland, they hate Sophie Cunningham now. She's the one that also got a lot of love online for defending Caitlin Clark. I guess Caitlin Clark is hurt again. But I guess the Fever, they built a good enough team around Caitlin Clark where they just won the Commissioner's Cup. Do they have a chance to win a championship? Caitlin Clark is on the championship team. She's going to be immortalized. She's going to be bigger than all the NBA players.
Hey, we're about to run that Indiana-New York rivalry in the WNBA for the WNBA Finals. Let's go.
Yeah, what am I saying? And I'm wearing the Liberty colors right now. The Liberty are the reigning champs. Is it going to be the Liberty versus the Fever for the chip when we get to WNBA Finals time? I don't know. I'm not well versed enough.
Hey, get Tyrese Halliburton and Jalen Brunson over there, and call it a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, I think I heard Tyrese Halliburton and Caitlin Clark are like friends. Look at this. They already have Caitlin Clark pouring drinks for the Fever. She didn't even play, but they're in the locker room drinking, I guess, drinking champagne out of the Commissioner's Cup. Good for them. Good for that. Good for the WNBA expanding and becoming, and Caitlin Clark being a star that has driven a lot of eyes and dollars and attention, and her team winning tonight without her. That's a storyline in itself. See, open mic time, we could do anything. We could talk about anything on the Fan. I know you guys just want to talk about the Yankees. I'm mixing some Fever. Somebody out there is like, yeah, y'all, I was listening to Keith. He was talking about the WNBA. I do from time to time. They count. All right, right back to it. Lou is in a story on the Fan. What's up, Lou?
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
First of all, let me do birthday, right? Happy birthday, America. Happy birthday, WFA. I know that you're a young guy right now, and you're one of the future hosts. But one of the things that I was going to say before I go to the Yankees is about hockey. You're probably the only host that really try to, talk about it, because nobody else does. But Big Zoo right there will tell you that he doesn't get too many calls about hockey when it comes to hockey. But I want to mention a team that I used to root for, very early age, the New York Islanders. They were the only team in New York that won 4 years in a row, won championship. I'm not talking about the Yankees because of my generation. The Yankees, I know, won 5 or whatever it is, but they never get mentioned. That was a hell of a team, Keith. You would have loved to see them play. I mean,
I've heard.
Bassey. If you ever got a chance to watch the video, they were unbelievable. Anyway, going back to the Yankees, one thing that I haven't called you in a while is because you were still concerned about defending the Yankees, just like the manager does. Now, lately, you've been kind of criticizing them, well-deserving, because they are not doing their job. We don't have a contact hitter for so many years. Guys like Bullpen, a long time ago, should be sent to the minors and say, go there, forget about launch angles, and make contact. That's what we need in this lineup, okay? The whole team, I mean, from the GM, from the manager, I'm sorry to say, I like Boone. There has to be a big change there. It's just unbelievable. And I'm glad, like I said, that you actually, even though you're a great fan like I am, when I tell my son I don't like this guy, he said, you're not a Yankees fan. But you know what? He's just like you right now. He said, you know what, Daddy? You're right. They can't even get a run in. You take care, my friend.
Thanks for the call, Lou. Yeah, I think all of us are fed up. There's nothing to defend. Aaron Boone is going to defend them every day, all day, no matter what. But, I don't know any Yankee fan that hosts a radio show, any Yankees fans on TV, any Yankee podcasters. We're all sick about it. But there's nothing to defend. And you talk about them not having a contact hitter, they think that's DJ LeMahieu. That's why he's in the lineup every day. Paul Goldschmidt is good for a couple hits like that. Judge is a power hitter, but Judge also, Judge had a single and a double today, and then they walked him. He had 3 walks. They can take him out of the game. Jazz is swinging for the fences. Stanton is swinging for the fences. Dominguez had a great single to start the game. Dominguez had 3 ribbies today. They just didn't press the right buttons with the pitching, and the defense let them down. You can't have catcher's interference in that spot. It leads to bad things happening. You can't have Jazz not making a throw when that's the out to get out of the inning. Jazz not making that throw, it all unraveled from there. So it's these little things become large things. Jazz can't make a good throw. we should have been out of the inning. Make the throw at third, and you stop the bleeding. Jimenez homers, and it's 4-2. Well, Miles Straw walked because you know what? That stuff is in the pitcher's head too. The pitcher did the job, right? Luke Weaver did the job. That should be a strikeout, but you were too eager and reached your hand in the cookie jar again. Did the same thing the night before, didn't learn. Jazz, like his athleticism and his speed, and I'm going to get off of Jazz because they asked Jazz about it, and I think Jazz is struggling with it. You know why? Because he got traded here. He got thrown into third base last year, and he wants to be a Yankee. He wants to win a championship. He wants to play every day and help the team. He's athletic enough and has a strong enough arm to play third base. But this is the Yankees. That's why I brought up Rougned Odor. Rougned Odor came here and remember Rizzo telling him just throw it anywhere. Oh yeah, that's a great strategy. Just throw it anywhere and I'll get it. Will you? Can you? And why is he playing third? It's what the Yankees do. They love playing guys out of position. It's arrogant. Oh yeah, it'll be fine until it's not. And then same thing with JC Escara. The feel-good story of JC Escara in the preseason, making the team, like it's worn off now because he can't do simple things like sit back and wait till that ball is delivered. That's huge, man. Back-to-back nights, critical. You can't have a catcher's interference on that strikeout. You can't be leading the league. Katie Sharbo, JC Escara has 3 catcher's interferences this season. He's tied with Victor Caratini for the most in MLB. He's caught 173 innings, and he's leading the league in that. So, and you guys know how the rest of the game unraveled. There's just so many little things, but little things pile up, and that's why the Yankees aren't winning right now, and they're scuffling right now, and it seems like there's no end in sight. Seems like they can't get right. And now you're playing a team that feels like they're just as good as you. They're in second place now. And they're looking at this series like, yo, we're going to jump you. We're going to be in first place when this is done. Can you step up? Can you stop the bleeding? I don't know. Guy like George Springer went off today. And like I'm looking at this Blue Jays team. I haven't watched them too much this year. But like I said, in that building with that turf, they put the ball into play. They don't strike out a lot. And they've got a bunch of little speedy athletic players. They got a bunch of little guys from Ernie Clement to Miles Straw to Jimenez. These guys that can just put the ball in play and run it out and make plays on defense. And if you can't, they're on and they're scoring and they're going. And look at the last 2 nights. I said it last night. The infield defense for the New York Yankees is a problem and it needs to be addressed. And the longer you don't address it, the longer you're going to make mistakes and it's going to lead to runs being scored. And you can't overcome it. They tried to give it to you in the 7th inning. Belly singles, and they take Judge out of the game. They walk him again. Jazz, you're hoping he can drive the ball. Nope, grounds into a force out. Cody moves over. Judge moves to second. You have second and third. They can't get it done. And that ball that skipped up on Vladdy. That high, the ball that hit the turf, bounced up high, that turf, they shouldn't even have this kind of turf in baseball, whatever. Vladdy can't make the play, but they're not able to do anything with it. It is what it is. That 7th inning, they actually were, I think, able to tie the game, but like it wouldn't be enough. They wouldn't score again. So, I don't know, man. I'm watching the game, I'm putting notes together, and ultimately I just gave up. I'm like, they're cooked. George Springer, done. Really, I gave up once JC Escara reached out, and I'm like, well, Boone talked to him. What do you want Boone to do? They had Yes Network had a long camera shot of Boone talking to JC Escara, and back-to-back nights he's got the catcher's interference, and the Yankees lose. So it is what it is. They got to make some trades. They got to bring some different guys in here. They got to tighten it up. Escara brought nothing at the plate either, and Escara was billed as a bat first catcher. I was told that he was, MVP of the Dominican League, that he was a hitter. Okay, so far in this series, in 2 games, Escara has caught 2 games. He's worked 1 walk. He's 0 for 7. 2 strikeouts. 2 catchers interference. Not good. EJ's in East Meadow on the fan. What's up, EJ?
Keith, what up? Big Zoo needs his own show, man. That dude is freaking amazing. He's just amazing.
I don't disagree. He's hosted some shows before. Zoo has the
Oh, I
voice.
know.
He has the knowledge. But I think Zoo, too, he knows he's a glue guy. Zoo, I always give Zoo credit. The first time I walked in here, 2021, auditioning, Zoo was the one that opened the door. And his energy, he was happy to see me. And I never met him. So I'm like, we vibe right away. I always endorse Big Zoo.
I've been here since July 1st, 1987, when I was 9 years old. So trust me, when Susan opened up, it's the only reason I listen to Yankee games as a Mets fan. So trust me, we on the same page there. Maybe one day you guys speak to Big Hurls and figure out how y'all can do it, because both of y'all keep it 100. Let me say this real quick for Yankee fans, because this is what you guys do all the doggone time. Stop calling us doggone fan, trying to figure out, how do we get Jose Ramirez? The reason why Jose Ramirez took the discount, if you will, is because he's played his whole career in Cleveland. If you guys, how about we just call up, hey, can Aaron Judge play for, I don't know, Boston, the Mets, Atlanta, Toronto?
No.
Exactly. It's so silly.
He's played his whole career in the Bronx. He's a Yankee. And
he's
he got
a
the big bucks.
Yankee. And Jose Ramirez, for goodness sake, is a Cleveland Guardian. You know what? Indian, whatever.
But why?
So
why would you want to be a Guardian?
They have to. But I know, but Keith, you got an audience. You'll regulate these folks, man. They gotta understand. Yo. You don't just get to pluck everybody off and then complain every doggone time the Knicks try.
As soon as he said that, I'm like, they're not getting Jose Ramirez. I've heard that call 100 times.
And the Knicks do everything. These are the same people that call in and complain that the Knicks are calling everybody up. Have they realized every team calls up the next they call the first freaking people that are signed up with other people. That's how it works. It's so ridiculous. You have an ear, regulate them. Shout to Big Zoo. Shout to you.
Thanks, EJ. We are regulated. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I poured cold water on the cold. Like, we were looking up his contract, and the first thing I said, the Guardians would never, we joked. We were like, you got to give them Jason Dominguez, Spencer Jones, and George Lombard to get. Wait, what? You missed that? It's okay. It's okay. I know you guys listen to the fan and you hear what you want to hear. I know that because I read all the stuff about me online. I'm like, they hear what they want to hear. Well, there's not much left for you to hear. When we come back, I will talk more about Jose Ramirez and the All-Star ballot and where we are going into this 2025 All-Star game. And then we'll wrap things up with the rest of the calls. 888-808-1009. Keep McPherson on the fan. We'll be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I just think the longer you wait, the more desperate other teams will be and the more active they will be. I'm looking to be proactive from a Mets perspective, not reactive. I think they've got a lot of holes that...
All right, yo. Last call for topics and conversation. All right. Be right back. All right, last stretch. About to tie my shoes up because I got to run. As soon as this show ends, I got 9 minutes to get to the train. I have run from here to the train and made it in 6. But 6 is like I'm hauling ass. Like 6 is like me running down the street in New York like someone's chasing me. I don't really want to do all that. How do you feel about the direction the Nets are going in? I think that they have made some smart moves. I'm a little confused though, because like part of me thinks that they can compete this year, but part of me doesn't want them to compete this year. Part of me thinks that they should lose again and hit the lottery again. Because like competing to be a play-in team for what? I've also talked about how they always think they're competing with the Knicks. And like the Knicks are going to be a team expected to go to the finals. So they might want to just stand down. I don't know. I don't know. When you put players out of position, it can affect their bat. And yeah, of course, they're thinking too much. They didn't do that with Jazz. They didn't have him play third at all in spring. Can't believe they hadn't had a comeback win in the 8th or 9th inning yet this year. They've short-blown games in those innings, though. Yeah, that's what they do. It's part of their DNA. All right, here's the last stretch. And we're back. 888-808-1019. Last call for calls. Big Mac coming up next. And yeah, I'm live streaming. Shout out to everybody on the live stream on my YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. We got like 1,534 people across platforms, and they're great because during breaks I can kind of interact with them and get some extra things. So it's like I kind of peel back the curtain, and then I also am like, all right, we're going back. What should we talk about? A lot of people talking about Luke Weaver in the chat. We had someone say that Luke Weaver hasn't been the same. And then obviously we're talking about all these things from like JC Escara. And JC Escara did take accountability. I'll try and pull up this quote, but Church Ave says today was on Weaver. And I know you got to say it's on the guy that's on the mound, not making the pitches, right? Ultimately, but it leads up to that. Like, how did we get there? We got there because we went to Mark Leiter Jr. and Mark Leiter Jr. only got an out, walked the 8th hitter. Weaver ends up giving up what he gave up, but like I don't know, it's just to me, you could see it coming. You could see us getting there. He got that strikeout, but Scar got the catcher's interference. All these things are compounded, but I will say I do feel like they had to rush Luke Weaver back because of lack of bullpen depth. You needed this guy back, and maybe he's not right still. He claims he's fine, but maybe he's not right still. Anyway, I said we were going to talk about the All-Star game, but I want to get my calls in here, before I do that. I can close with the All-Star game because that's how we, segue from Jose Ramirez. Jose Ramirez is probably going to start the All-Star game at third base. The Guardians are not trading him to the Yankees. They could have signed Alex Bregman, right? I know you guys love the call about Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman is right behind him in the All-Star voting. I don't think they were going to sign Alex Bregman. Let me take this call, and then I'll go through the rest of the MLB All-Star Game voting as we're in phase 2, and there's 24 hours left, and then we'll pretty much get to the point we know, and then you'll find out who is who and what is what and who can't play if somebody's hurt, and there's reserves and that type of stuff. Robert is in Manhattan on the Fan next. What's up, Robert? $38. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't be wise. Wouldn't be wise. Yeah, I was just talking about they got Duncan Robinson now, and the Pistons are trying to take a step forward. I don't know. I don't think they're a real threat. But maybe the East, I think there are a lot of teams looking at the East saying the East is wide open, and the Knicks never do it. So why can't we do it? Thanks, brother Robert. Depends who you ask, man. But I don't know. Don't ask anybody online. I get a lot of love on air. I get a lot of love online too, and in person. It's all the same. You know, I always say, haters they're people that they just don't know how to express the love. They're watching, they're listening, they're writing. I always laugh when I hear people write online like things that I say on air. So I'm like, do you hate my show? Do you not like me? But you remember what I said. You know everything about me. Good. It's working. It has worked. All right. In my last couple minutes here, I did want to talk about the All-Star game. I might be going, man. Honestly, it just made me think. I don't know. I probably don't need to do this, but I might have WFAN put in for a credential for me. But I don't know. I go there and I'm not a reporter. I just there's a part of me that is media, but a much larger part of me that is a fan. I just want to go there and be a fan. But credentials does get you on the field. It is I was on the field. I saw Ohtani in Seattle 2 years ago, and that's when I just was like, oh, what? Okay, I didn't realize this guy is like one of the Transformers or something. He's the way Ohtani's build is on. He's a monster. He's standing next to Mookie Betts. Anyway, so speaking of the All-Star game in Atlanta this year, I definitely want to go. If I can swing it, I haven't made the decision yet. But here's the voting in the American League at first base. We just saw him, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. That's why they pay him the big bucks. He's first. But Paul Goldschmidt, you saw him too today making plays at first. He's right behind him, number 2. Second base, former Yankee Gleyber Torres leading the way from the Tigers. Right behind him, a young prospect that nobody's talking about sending down. Nobody's questioning his hype. Matt Holliday's kid, Jackson Holliday from the Orioles, is number 2, right behind Gleyber Torres at second base. At shortstop, nobody's questioning this rookie either. Jacob Wilson. Kid doesn't strike out, high average. Maybe it's just the bloodlines. His pops got him right. Bobby Witt Jr. right behind him in the American League at shortstop. At third base, Jose Ramirez, who we were just talking about. Who would want to be a Guardian? Who would sign for that? Jose Ramirez. And then right behind him, Alex Bregman, we were talking about as well. That is the infield for the American League. In the outfield, number 1 from the Tigers, Riley Green. Number 2 from the Tigers, Javi Baez, former Met. From Somerville, New Jersey, Mike Trout. Number 3 from the Angels. And last but not least, Stephen Kwan, number 4 from the Guardians. Behind the dish, he homered again today. Cal Raleigh from the Mariners. And he homered against the Royals, and he's going to break Salvi's record. Salvi was catching. I'm like, he's probably taking some mojo from Salvi. We also saw this guy today, young Alejandro Kirk, who they said they signed him for $7,000. That's crazy. The designated hitter, Ryan O'Hearn from the Orioles, right behind him, Benny Blanco Arroz, Ben Rice. That'd be nice for Ben Rice, Paul Goldschmidt, Aaron Judge, Max Fried to get to the All-Star game in the National League. Number 1, of course, Freddie Freeman. But right behind him, he's there every year, the polar bear, Pete Alonso. Second base, Ketel Marte from the Diamondbacks. Oh, the Diamondbacks should trade the Yankees, Ketel Marte. Yeah, okay. Number 2, right behind him, the Dodgers traded for this guy, and he was the NLCS MVP last year, Tommy Edman. Shortstop, number 1, Francisco Lindor from the Mets. Right behind him, Mookie Betts from the Dodgers. Third base, Manny Machado from the Padres, and Max Muncy, that funky Muncy, right behind him. The outfield is Ronald Acuna Jr., PCA, Kyle Tucker, Teoscar Hernandez, Juan Soto, and Andy Pajes. Catcher Will Smith, Carson Kelly right behind him. And there are your American League and National League All-Stars. All right, I'm out of here. Coming up next, Chris McMonagle. And Chris has been here for a good amount of time. He can tell you about the last, 15 to 20 years at WFAN. Happy birthday, WFAN. When Chris starts, the birthday is over. It's the next day. Keith McPherson out. Good night. So I got to run. Like literally run.